the members of this ad hoc committee, the senior counsel and his team, retired General and former Minister Bheki Cele, good morning to you. Good morning to the members of staff of Parliament and the members of the media. We want to take this opportunity and welcome all of you, and also welcome you, retired General. And I must also bring it to your attention up front that there are members of this committee, in the days that you were not here, they have demonstrated that they are unable to pronounce your surname. So I just want to apologize up front. When you hear one or two of our members saying Cele, you must know Cele is you. So I felt it appropriate that I must register the apology to you before you hear it. I'm going to hand over to the senior counsel. Yeah, well, maybe before I hand over to you, SC, just indicate that Honorable James is going to join us later. That is the apology that we have for now. Senior counsel, can I...
Good morning.
Can I check with you if you want to assure us that the person who is appearing before us is the proper person?
There's only one General Cele. He's in front of us. We consulted with him, or Larato did, for 3 days, and we satisfied that he's not an imposter and that he's indeed the man. So, with your leave, Honourable Chair, Honourable Members, if you could please swear General Cele in as our next witness.
Okay. Thank you so much, Retired General. We are going to take you through the administration of oath. And before I do that, I just want to read the following to you, to inform you that you have been invited to appear before this ad hoc committee, which investigates allegations made by Lieutenant General Mkhwanasi, who is the Provincial Commissioner for the KwaZulu-Natal province. Our expectation is that you provide information to the ad hoc committee so that it is able to do its oversight work and properly investigate the allegations made by Lieutenant General Mkhwanasi. The allegations include, amongst others, alleged unlawful disbandment of the Political Killings Task Team, otherwise known as the NPKTT or the PKTT. Alleged moratorium on the filling of vacancies within the South African Police Services, and alleged corrupt relationship between senior leadership within SAPS and members of the public, as well as political interference in the work of the SAPS. In extending the invitation, the ad hoc committee chairperson has indicated that you may provide such information to the committee, if you so wish, under oath in terms of the powers, privileges, and immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act. You have indicated that you wish to take the oath so as to be afforded the protections as provided in the Powers and Privileges Act. Please be informed that by law, you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all the questions lawfully put to you, or to produce any document that you are required to produce in connection with the subject matter of the inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer or document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or damages. You are, however, protected in that evidence given under oath or affirmation before the House or committee may not be used against you in any court or places outside Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required for these proceedings. Please be aware that in terms of Section 17.2 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, a person who willfully furnishes a House or committee with information or makes a statement before it which is false or misleading commits an offense and is liable for a fine or imprisonment for a period not exceeding 2 years. Retired General, you are required to take an oath or affirm that the evidence you are about to give is truthful. You may choose to take the oath or affirmation. Which one do you choose?
I'll take the oath.
Thank you so much. If you take the oath, you will state your names in full and say, I swear that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and so help me God.
I, Bheki Cele, I swear that the information I'll give will be the truth and the only truth. So help me God.
Thank you so much, Retired General. SC, I'm handing over to you. It will be until 13 hours.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, honourable members. Good morning, General. Good morning.
Good morning, SC, together with the honourable members.
And welcome, and thank you for your for your cooperation, despite, I think, some earlier media report that you weren't prepared to cooperate. We found you to be most cooperative, and when we arranged to meet you, you had no issues, no problem. You confirm that?
No, thanks for that. I was a little bit disturbed when the media said I'm not cooperating, especially one of the KZN paper had a big headline that Cele snaps the ad hoc.
Yeah.
I've never done that. Even the first cooperation, I came here with my own financial steam, buying my own ticket, my everything, but I still came here for consultation.
You did.
Thanks.
I hope you get reimbursed.
Maybe the chair will see to that. Yeah, I'll be glad, because flights coming down here from Durban are not very cheap.
And just in terms of your designation, if we can just get that out of the way. I asked you earlier, we always ask you, do you prefer to be called General Cele, former Minister Cele? Because the designation general, that designation was conferred on you much earlier when you were the National Commissioner, and that was under a previous administration. You didn't give it to yourself.
No, I didn't give it to myself. The general of the South African police, at any given time with the police, there is one general. There can be others, but general is one. As at the present moment, there is one general in the police. This came after the decision taken by the former President Zuma, who invited all the station commanders in the country, in Pretoria, and said he did not like this thing the police called commissioners and superintendents. I remember seeing superintendents belongs to the hospital. Yeah. And then minister had to gazette the change of the ranks, and that's how these ranks came about. That the general actually is a director general of the South African police. And then there are lieutenant colonels, lieutenant generals. Those are deputy director generals. All lieutenant generals are deputy directors. And then there will be major generals. Those are chief directors on the normal government environment. Then there will be brigadiers. Most people that are not in this environment, they love this rank, brigadier. They think it's something big. It's just a director. It's just a director. And then you go down, then below directors, there is a full colonel who happen to be a deputy director. Below, there is a lieutenant colonel who is an assistant director. And then
so
you go
it
down.
Was similar to the establishment in the
Yes.
public service administration.
Yes. Okay. Yes. But the question, do I want to? I know generals, that title doesn't fall. It's like ambassador. That title doesn't fall. Except that when you are written general in brackets, retired.
So do you want to be called retired General Cele?
That
or
should
former
be so,
Minister
but
Cele?
former minister, whatever it comes.
Thank you. Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, former minister. You've been through your statement several times, and we've consulted you on it. So perhaps we've also been through the terms of reference, which you'll see quoted on page 3, General, page 3 and 4. And there's a number of paragraphs in the terms of reference that you able to assist the honourable members of the committee when it comes to interpreting them and applying them. For example, 4.1.1 political interference within SAPS, you can speak to that. Any related claim regarding corruption, financial or otherwise bribery, misuse of public resources within SAPS, evaluating the extent of misconduct and unethical behavior by the members of SAPS. You've been the minister mostly, so you definitely can assist with evaluating the effectiveness of the PKTT. You can't help us with the status of the dockets. You can perhaps cast some light on the instability in crime intelligence. You can speak to us about the alleged corrupt relationship between Minister Nkunu and Brown Mogotsi, and between Mogotsi and Vusumuzi Katmatlala. You can perhaps assist us with some other aspects, leadership failures, and your own personal experience being in leadership positions in the police, both as a national commissioner and as a minister. Perhaps you can comment on the procurement process within SAPS and how that could be strengthened, because we know there's a lot of corruption in the procurement process. You can talk to us about the alleged existence of organized crime syndicate. You can also perhaps talk about the failure of any organ of state or member of the executive complying with their legal obligations. Your own experience with members of parliament and any allegations with regard to classified information, especially the leaking of classified information, and how that links with criminal syndicates. You could perhaps assist us commenting on how public trust can be restored in the police, given your experience and perhaps any conflicts of interest that within SAPS itself. We know that there's jurisdictional issues between national, provincial, between provincial and deputy national commissioners and their role that they play from head office, and the PKTT itself as a national unit, but largely focus on KZN, who has jurisdiction. So those are some of the issues you can assist us with. Would it be fair to say that, General? You've got to speak into the microphone. You're never a man short of words. The nodder's not going to pick. They're not going to pick it up.
No, that's fine.
Thank you. So you served as our Minister of Police from February 2018 until June 2024. You were not reappointed after the formation of the Government of National Unity in June 2024, but rather your successor, Minister Mkhunu, was appointed. Now, before that, you had also served as a National Commissioner for 2 years until there were misconduct allegations against you. You were suspended in October 2011 and then removed in June 2012. Do you want to tell us about that?
No, thanks. Thanks on
If you do need some assistance, it's in your statement. But I'm sure you can,
I'll look at the
from
assistance,
memory, yeah.
But I also deal with the assistance that I know. Thanks. Thanks, honorable members and all that are present. I think all my life has been on security matters. After elections in '94, I was a member of the legislation KZN, and I was the first chair of the Safety and Security Portfolio Committee in that province. And I held other positions as chair of chairs and all that, but the main one was that I was a chair of the Safety and Security Portfolio Committee. that was a province which was very violent and a lot of turbulence even after elections. I'm sure the members that come from that province will remember that. When the violence, otherwise mainly political violence, subsided nationally, in KZN did not. There were still some killings. The major killing was on the 25th December 1995. Remember, we've gone for election in 94. In a place called Shoba Shobane, when 19 people were killed on the 25th of December. I'm sure everybody knows what is the 25th of December. So violence went on at a mass level, but later it got a little bit an organized kind of violence. So when one became the National Commissioner, had to look at the mandate of the Constitution, what you're supposed to do, to try and keep South Africans safe and do things in a way that they're supposed to put South Africans first and put them safe and all that. So I was approached to be a National Commissioner of the South African Police. I must say, I did not agree initially. I did not like it. I was comfortable because I was an MSc in KZN by that time, MSc of Security and Transport. So for me, province was nice and comfortable. I was not very much keen to go national. I remember when I was approached by the president, which I think is his constitutional prerogative to appoint national commissioners, I said to him, Baba, I'm not very keen, but unless you say you are instructing me, so I'll do it. And he said, I'm instructing you. I said, okay, then I'll take the instruction. And I became then the National Commissioner. I think it was June 2009.
Who was then Minister of Police?
The Minister of Police was Mthethwa, the late Mthethwa. May his soul rest in peace. And then I went to be introduced. So I was supposed to start 3 months earlier, but JK, who was the National Commissioner, had not been told, and the statute says you must be told 3 months before if you are not going to be appointed again as a National Commissioner. So that's what delayed my appointment, that it came in July 2009. So as it came, I was introduced in Mahlambandlovu. All generals were invited. You could see that there was some shock in some other generals that who is this outcomer who comes here when they're on general. But one adapted quite quick, and the working relationship with all the generals was very cordial, with except a few. Fortunately, we had a target, we had a focus to work towards. That was World Cup 2010. So we had a very little time to do other things, but we had to make sure that 2010 is safe. One worked with everybody that found there, especially in the headquarters where Masimula would be part of them. General Brace was there, General Libya was there, General Cruiser was there, and General Mafume was there. I guess she's Shivambu now. Were there. So General Hlela from Eastern Cape. These generals you find there, they were from different disciplines of policing. They were from Bantustans and from the original SAPF, South African Police Force. They've been put together mostly by Bheki Cele, and that's why you've got 2 days to celebrate in the South African Police. It's the first Sunday of September, where you remember all the fallen heroes, especially those that have fallen in the line of duty. And then you have the 27th of January, where you celebrate the finding of the South African Police Service from the force. So you could see that there were still tendencies of where people come from and all that, but we had a project to work on, which made life much easier, working towards 2010.
Was then Brigadier Mkhwanazi, was he also part of your team?
Brigadier Mkhwanazi was quite a junior at the time, as you say, Brigadier. But for some reason, I found myself working quite close with him. In 2010, when I think the World Cup was supposed to start on the 9th of June, if I'm not mistaken, when I was in PE, launching the TROT, known as Amabaret, I was phoned by the president of SAFA, Danny Jordan, to say that there is a crisis coming on, and then can I see you with immediate effect? So I know that we'll be discussing immediate a long time.
Yes, and did you meet him immediately or some months afterwards?
So he said, "Can I see you immediately?" So I saw him that day. That immediately was that day when I saw him. I flew from PE straight to OR. I find him seated there with Valk. I forget his first name. Valk was the Secretary General of FIFA.
Jerome Valk.
There was a problem. This was around March now. There was a problem that the World Cup is being taken away from South Africa. There was a big clash between Valk and FIFA President Blatter to say, you said the cup must go to South Africa, and there is a lot of crime in South Africa. There were two countries that they said they were ready to host. That was Australia and Germany. Remember, Germany had hosted it previously. So we spoke with the president to say, how can we save the World Cup? It was on the score that I assembled the team of generals and the police, and we went to Zurich to make the president. To be honest, the nation does not know that South African Police Service saved 2010. Without that meeting, without us going to Zurich and making presentation, with all participating countries, sometimes with their heads of security, it took us a long time. General Brace made a good presentation. Among those, most of them were generals, except three that were brigadiers. Mkhwanazi was part of that. Mkhwanazi had come in because he was responsible for ORS. This is a response services, which puts together all special services, special forces of the South African Police. Is your special task team. Now it will be NIU. There are CATs under there, and there are TROT. That time, there was no TROT, and I think there were no CATs. Specifically, it was Special Task Force and NIU. Then Mkhwanazi was part of that. And for some reason, we worked quite closely with him. I'll come back what happened as he becomes the first or the acting National Commissioner. So we made the presentation there. All countries were saying, are not going to go to South Africa. The people that were leading that rebel were British. And clearly, if British could not come to the World Cup in South Africa, many people were going to join them. Until at the later stage, we were supported by Brazil and all that. And Germany was very vocal to say, we are ready. And remember, they have launched it previously. So from that meeting, fortunately, there was a meeting, a General Assembly of Interpol in Lens, in France. So we had to fly there to convince the Interpol to say it's safe to come to South Africa, so that the campaign of safety and coming to South Africa is not just pushed by South Africans alone, but is also pushed by Interpol. That's how then we managed to work on the 2010 coming to South Africa. So that's why I'm saying that we had a project to work on, so we had not much time of differences among and between ourselves as officials in that particular time. And finally, 2010 did come in South Africa.
Yeah. I think most, if not all, South Africans are indebted to the work done by the police during 2010. It was probably the high point of the trust that people had in the police. Or maybe so that there was a high level of trust, or maybe the crooks and the robbers just took a break in 2010, watching football. But seriously, it was a high point in this country. But for you, the honeymoon was over in October 2011 when you were charged with some misconduct. Just tell us briefly about that, and also then your removal.
Yes, it is true. I think we continue to work very well as a South African police. Quite several benchmarks. For instance, we managed to establish what is known as subset. South African Police Service Education Trust was established at that time under that management. It's quite big today. I know that its job was to help the young orphans produced by the death of the officers that dying on the line of duty. So those were things to do. One other thing was the well-being and welfare of the police. We wanted to see them fit. They behave better. So we also negotiated. South African police, even today, they've got a special reduction of about 20 to 30% with Virgin Active in the country. It was negotiated at the time to work on that. So quite good things happened in that time, working with the collective of the management in that particular time. Yeah. One report we received was the fact that the Waghuis is a headquarters of the South African police in Pretoria, was condemned as a building dangerous. For instance, if you go there on the rainy days down, there is just the Mississippi River water, the stagnant there, and all that kind of stuff, and the lifts are not working, and but every office has an overpopulated with paper, so it was condemned. We had to get the new premises. So it is on that score that I signed the need. What happens? The director generals of different departments, they sign their needs when it comes to the acquiring the property, and they hand over that to Public Works. So that's what happened. So Public Works had to negotiate further how we get the building. So for some reason, it was alleged that one had done wrongly when I followed the same thing. So the public protector then was put on working on the matter. Public protector recommended that the minister had to take the action against the national commissioner, that is Mthethwa Tucelo. But the president did not see it that way. President wanted to put the commission to look at the fitness of the commissioner to the office in that particular time. And then, funny part of it is that in September, I visited the president. We spent 45 minutes, and I briefed him to say the next day I was going to go to Mpumalanga to launch the safety season. And the president, we spent 45 minutes, and then he said goodbye to me. He said it in Sizulu, "Tuhambe kahle mfana kithi." So I didn't know that I was going forever. But and then I left. He said he was busy meeting some people. What I didn't know is that those people he was busy with, they were discussing my suspension. Yeah. And then, as I was at work in Mpumalanga, I remember we arrested somebody with a big bag of dagga. The journalist came to me and asked me, "What do you want here? Because you are suspended." I said, "No, I'm not suspended." They said, "No, you are suspended." I checked with the staff. If they check, I was told that at 2:15, the president has in live TV read my suspension on TV. So I was supposed to go there with Mkhwanazi to that operation, but I don't know what time. In the morning, I was told that Mkhwanazi was not going to come because he has been phoned the previous night.
He is now the acting national commissioner.
No, he was phoned the previous night that he must not go, he must go and see the minister. So the rest is that then he was to be made the acting national commissioner, which means minister and the president, they know that they're going to suspend me, but they allowed me to go and be suspended on the field. And as I was busy working. So as I came back, I was then suspended national commissioner. But the announcement was made as part of suspension that Judge Mohoro would lead the commission that will check the fitness of the office. And then one had to sit and wait for that time to come. But at a later stage, it was changed from Mohoro, and it was made Moloi from Free State. And I was told that the minister phoned the president and told him that the minister was too close to Judge Mohoro because she was working as one of the trustees of the Education Trust, which was chaired by Smangaliso Mkajwa. So they felt that he was too close. Maybe it would be biased towards Cele. That's why they changed and they brought Moloi from Free State. I must say that commission was very much loaded against me. For instance, a person that has been my main accuser was Hlela, who used to be a commissioner of the South African, or who used to be a commissioner of police in Ciskei. And the prosecutor there was Noche, who used to be the minister of police in Ciskei. So Hlela and Noche were coming from Ciskei and they were prosecuting me. But one person that was there was Judge Madanga, who was one of the leaders of the...
He was the evidence leader.
Yes. And then finally the decision was taken. I was found not to be fit for the office, and then I guess in 2012, then I was fired.
But we know that you subsequently challenged that decision. You took it on review, and it was granted in the High Court, although it was not opposed by the South African police or the Minister of Police, and you were then cleared. But just to backtrack a bit, what would have been the motivation, to your knowledge, for your initial suspension and the subsequent inquiry that was instituted into your alleged misconduct?
Well, I don't know. Maybe it will be accumulation of being delinquent because there were orders that I refused to take. Maybe the first one was to suspend Mdluli. Mdluli was suspended by me.
Richard Mdluli.
Yeah, Richard Mdluli was suspended.
Was he the head of crime intelligence
Yes.
at the time? Yeah.
Funny enough, Mdluli was employed June when I was coming in July. And funny enough, is the only Lieutenant General I know that was interviewed by the panel of ministers. Usually it will be the officials, the DGs and all, but he was, I think, if I remember, there were about 3 of them. The one I remember was Mtetwa and Cele and the others. So he came there before the National Commissioner came. So that created some problem between the National Commissioner and the head of intelligence. And the head of intelligence mostly would be reporting direct to the president, which I don't think is a problem, but also reporting to the minister, which then I think is a problem because it's a National Commissioner that is supposed to be reporting to the minister. The second one, I remember that both the minister and deputy minister was Deputy Minister Mbalula and Mtetwa. They came to me and they said they've been sent by the president and instructed them to tell me to fire General Shabalala. Sean Shabalala was the head of PSS. I didn't have the reason of firing him. Instead, I shifted him from PSS to IT, where he went to grow the IT of the South African police. So there were quite some few of those things that I thought it would not be proper to follow all those instructions. I remember that one brigadier, Tau, he was fired when he was in Algiers en route to France in preparation of the trip of the president, and I refused that he must be fired on that way without following. So I would guess, this is my guess, that it was accumulation maybe of being transigent in some matters. It came to that, but I believe that the building issues had less or nothing altogether to do with that kind of firing.
So after you you were dismissed in 2012, thereafter you went back into or took up political office again after that as the deputy minister of agriculture.
That was 2014.
Yeah.
After election. Well, there is an argument that people will say that the president was kind to me to take me back as a deputy minister of agriculture. Actually, that's the only time that I was out of the security establishment. I don't think so. I think either the people of South Africa or the ANC did take me back to Parliament. I remember that I was almost number 1 to every list that ever existed, provincial to national. National was number 10 and all. So there was no way that I guess somebody would have been ignored. I remember that Minister Senzo Mchunu was going to be premier of KZN, and he went to the president to request that I go back to province so that we can strengthen the province. The president said no. He needed me nationally because he was going to give me a very crucial job. And indeed, I was a deputy minister of agriculture. It was quite crucial because one was looking after fish and forest. So after that, then there were elections, or there was a conference of the ANC which changed the guard, and Ramaphosa became the president. And then we went for the election, and President Ramaphosa and then appointed me then on February 2018. Remember, that was still the 5th administration. It was not 6th administration yet. It was the 5th. So I became the minister on the 5th administration for the first part of the year before we went for elections for the 6th administration. So there where then the question of this political killing task team comes in, because it was formed in the 5th administration, not on the 6th administration.
So, before we come to your tenure as Minister of Police, can we just discuss or get your views briefly about the allegations that gave rise to the establishment of this ad hoc committee? The allegations made on the 6th of July by General Mkhwanazi, when he raised a number of what was clearly very serious issues within the South African Police Service. And given that you had spent a considerable time in the service, both as a National Commissioner and as a Minister, it would be of interest to us to hear how your response was at the time, if any. What did you think? Can you just discuss that briefly?
Yes, I was at the gym when I was phoned. That's
at the gym.
Yes.
Oh, you still got the 20%?
No, that was for the junior officers, not for ministers and the top brass. Those they don't have 20%. That comes from colonel down to the constables. So they still do, but I don't. Even as a pension, I still pay a full amount. So I was at the gym when I was told that the Provincial Commissioner of KZN, Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, is making the appearance there. So fortunately, I was towards the end, so the gym is not far from where I stay. So indeed, I found him on the screen. But I could see that he was in a full gear, a full gear of Special Task Force with some members of Task Force and the members of NUU, and almost all district commissioners were seated, if not all, maybe one or two. And I guess there would be about 11 districts in KZN. So they were there. So I listened, and quite a big statement that was made on that particular day. And I knew some of the things that he would have said, and I would not know some of the things, as there would be more of operation. But I realized that one of the major problems was the issue of a task team that was dismantled. But I also knew that the task team has been dismantled because I saw the letter of the 31st December 2024, which I must say, personally was taken aback by the letter for several things that one can explain how it happened.
Did these allegations made by General Mkhwanazi during the press briefing, did it surprise you? Did it take you aback? Were you, what was your reaction?
Well, some surprised me, especially when he called to be a criminal. that surprised me. But look, I'm not a police officer, so I would not know what is an investigation, what makes a police call the police that way. But whatever was said, I felt it had to be investigated further to find the facts on the matter. But in the portion that I did not know was the group of officers that have been sent to assist the investigations in Gauteng. I did not know that, which is not a problem because as a minister, there are operations that you know, there are operations that you don't know. There are quite operations that are covert, that very few would know, that is accepted and known to the police. And there are those that they can be initiated by the minister because the communities have raised that issue. But the minister cannot go establish or disestablish. So you still have to go through the national commissioner for establishment and disestablishment. So there are few of those that I will remember. By the way, this one is part of it, though on a larger scale because it was announced by the president, calling the interministerial. But there are some of them. For instance, if you go to Manguzi, there is a lot of problem between Mozambique and South African border. It's called Operation Kotwemvubu. That is ministerial, but established by the national commissioner. One big operation, quite big, is what is going on in the Western Cape. Initially, it was called Operation Thunder. That started almost on the same time with the PKTT. Operation Thunder was changed later to be Operation Lockdown, and that still continues. It's one of the biggest. I don't have figures of finances, but I can assure you that is not cheap. Because while I was still there, in 25 months, we paid 116 million for that operation. And it has not been scaled down ever since up to this point, though it has changed the name. It's still continuing here in Western Cape as Operation Lockdown. So it's an operation where almost every second month, police from different provinces are invited to come in Western Cape, and all those police SC, they live in the hotels, 200 of them, and there was a negotiated price for them to be, which was 800 rands a night for a single police in the hotels. So you would imagine that is expensive for 200 people to sleep 800 rand a night in the hotel from 2018 up to this point, because it's still continuing. So it's not true that it's only PKT that has been operating and paying money for. There are other operations that have happened. This Operation Thunder is one big of them. One most expensive that is still continuing is Operation Valumkoti. That one deals with the illegal mining. Again, that one is not ministerial, it's interministerial, because it was also demanded by the president. And the JCPS cluster sat down and invited other relevant departments. One was the Department of Minerals, because it was touching on them. It's quite expensive. I think that had to find billions to run, and those billions from the South African police were found from Kara. Were paid from Kara. Kara, if I'm not mistaken, is a criminal assets recovery account. So that's the money that is put there in that account, having been taken from the criminal activities, so that it finds the fighting of crime again. So I think it's quite is quite expensive, that most departments got some serious amounts. Big chunk went to the police. I think it was 1.2 billion to run there. The other one went even to Home Affairs to buy the equipment to cross the river. They demanded it, but when you go to that river, you don't see how can you use it. How do you use not a ship, these small things to cross the river? But it also is the first money that bought things like drones. I'm sure you have seen the drones. That thing came under that Operation Valumkoti, working on the illegal crossing and all that. I think that is still continuing. So again, it's a level of a cabinet by the president. Those two, Operation Valumkoti and the PKTT, they come from that level, and then they have interministerials.
So just still briefly on the July 6 media briefing, when General Mkonazi spoke about the infiltration into the criminal justice system, into the NPA, magistracy, the justice, judges, and this was sort of spearheaded by drug cartels. Was this new to you? Was this a revelation to you? Or has this always been the case? Or is it just a recent development or phenomena? Your comments on that?
General Mkhwanazi is not the first one who made this allegation of this infiltration. If I'm not mistaken, it was said by Judge Tulare here in Western Cape. I think I have.
Yeah, you refer to a judgment.
The judgment.
It's on page 6 of your statement, General.
Yes. Well, the members, I guess they have it, but the judge, this is before Mkhwanazi, where he says, maybe reading that the evidence further shows that the 28 gang and the mobsters in particular are breathing heavily on the necks of the public prosecutors, not only the police. He continues to say, these are prosecutors who guide the investigation of organized crime and institute criminal proceedings against its members. Such prosecutors are under constant and permanent threat to their lives and that of their close families. The evidence also shows that the mobsters have now moved gear upwards and are interfering with the decorum of the courts and the independence of the judicial officers. So this is a judge saying, not Mkhwanazi. So Mkhwanazi is saying this thing much later than the judge has pointed this thing. And testing the judicial oath of office, especially the word without fear. SC, there are things that frustrate if you work with police. Now, across the justice system, one major problem for the police is something called bail. Well, I'm always told that is a constitutional right. That thing is a mess. That thing called bail is a mess. You know, you go to Tembisa, you find a guy called BP. BP had 43 cash heists and 5 bails. 43 cash heists and 5 bails.
43 cases or 43 alleged?
43.
Alleged cases.
No, he takes the money. Maybe it's not alleged if he doesn't take your money. But, well, he's arrested now. But he has been arrested and getting bail, arrested and getting bail, and arrested and getting bail. So police get frustrated with that. One major frustration was a guy called Ntuli, not this one. Ntuli is accused number 5 in the case of
Meyiwa.
Senzo Meyiwa.
Yeah.
Ntuli, as we speak, he's doing 6 life sentences. He was found guilty and sentenced, but got an appeal, or got the right to appeal, and given the bail. When he has been found guilty and sentenced to 6 life sentences, still given the bail. And some of the people that he went after are those that gave evidence against him for him to get life. This is a bail, animal called the bail. So it's a problem for the police, but we're told it's a constitutional right. The second one will be non-cooperation of maybe prosecutors.
But just to pause there, it's a constitutional right, yes, because when you apply for bail, it's still just an allegation against you. Now, of course, we've got the chapter 6 where it's murder, rape, robbery. Then the onus shifts to the defense, to the accused. But ordinarily, you've got a right to bail unless the state can show that you're a flight risk or that you're likely to commit the crime again, etc., or that you're a danger to the public. But what we need to understand, is the problem bail, or is it because, for example, the cartels and the which seems to be suggested by Judge Tulari in his judgment, like the 28 gang, 27 gang, big year in the Western Cape, that they've infiltrated also the prosecutors and the magistrates. Is that part of the problem, or is that not the problem? Or is it a problem that bail is too readily?
And the judicial officers.
And the judiciary.
Yeah. And
the judiciary, at first instance, very rarely, they hear bail appeals, but they don't. You don't go to a judge to get bail unless it's during the middle of the night.
I think Mlife's one was held by the judge.
What's that, General?
TK Mlife one was held by the judge.
Yeah.
And they granted it.
Well,
okay. So I'm saying it is rare, but it does happen. SC, it's a problem. I'm not a lawyer. I hear the Rashetul 6, the Rashetul 5, that if you repeat and all that, lawyers can talk on that. But I'm saying, if you are going for cash heist, you prepare. Part of your preparation for cash heist is to eliminate whoever is on your way. So you don't carry the broomstick. You don't carry the yellow dust. You carry things that will give you an upper hand in dealing with that. Hence, police die. Now, you go for the first cash heist with all those things. You go for the second one, you got the pay. You go for the third one, you got the pay. It's a constitutional. I'm not denying that. But what about the police, that they arrest this person and they still have to encounter the same person on the field and they exchange fire again? The third time they encounter and they exchange fire again. What about those? It is not the magistrate or the judge that exchange fire there, or the police. Maybe it's unfair, maybe it's a constitutional, maybe it's a legislation thing, but it is a problem for the police, that kind of thing, especially those serious cases. Many people that rape and kill are on bail. People that maim rape and kill after they've been given the bail for the same thing. So I'm just making the point, I'm not talking about changing or right or wrong, but from the side of the police, that will be the problem. So what Mkhwanazi is saying is not the first time. Hence, it will be important that those things are investigated. But the other thing that would have been there are police officers, many of them, that have been arrested before Mkhwanazi made the statement, which then confirms the case that there are police that are corrupt. But there are prosecutors too. You see, especially this province, there are prosecutors that they say they can't give that. If you say enroll the case or you get the warrant of either arrest or what, they say, no, I'm not going to put my job on jeopardy. Here, there is an interesting case here where the warrant of the search warrant was given to search one gentleman called J.P. Smith, his premises. But the very same magistrate who gave that, when it was taken to court, he refused to give the evidence that indeed I did. So that is that fear fact that Judge Turan is talking about. So sometimes I get worried that this process concentrates on police when the allegation by Mkhwanazi was across the justice, when the pronunciation by the judge was across justice. But I do find that the concentration here is on police, and let other people go. Let's see, the biggest crime in South Africa is planned in prisons. There where the real planning takes place, in prisons. I hear less about that. You see, we arrested one guy here called Bara. Well, he was shot and killed with the exchange of the police somewhere in Eastern Cape. Bara was a young man of 30 years, and he was charged with 19 dead bodies. He was 30 years himself, was a teacher by profession here at Kailish. Was charged with 19 dead bodies. Were arrested, taken to Polsmo. He was found in Polsmo with 30 live ammunition, bullets, in prison. I'm sure he did not walk with them there. I'm sure it's not other prisoners. It's somebody that brought those things. We're told he was waiting for the gun, which means he was going to use. So that chain, for me, I find it limited here to police when there is this problem from the very beginning, which is the police, to the very end, which is the correctional service.
Yeah, that's what General Mkhwanazi also, he includes correctional services.
I hope somebody will look at the correctional service. How do they communicate? If you go to any correctional center today and you take cellular at 11 and you go there at 5, you'll find the new ones. You'll find the new. Who bring them? And those cellular, they don't walk there. That here we are, phone. Somebody brings them there. And who is that? You see, we are phoned from prison. This guy phones me. He doesn't tell the name. He says, Cele, Ndos, he called me Ndos. Phone from somewhere in Escort. There are 3 people that are ready to go and kill Nkosi at Ulundi. They are having 3 AKs. They are in this lodge. He called by name. I phone Mkhwanazi. I say, Mkhwanazi, there is this thing. This guy refuses to tell you. Mkhwanazi goes there, he finds exactly that. He finds exactly that. 3 AKs, 5 of these guys there, ready to go and kill Nkosi. There was an exchange of fire. Some of those guys died. He finds exactly that. This information comes from prison.
Okay, General, I'm sure you can give other examples, but you seem to confirm General Kwenazi's statement in that regard, that the correctional services is also infiltrated. And we know that from the now pretty notorious case of Thabo Bester, where you organize your own escape and you leave a body in your cell. But let's move on from there. Let's talk about the when you were appointed minister in 2018, and then the establishment of the interministerial committee.
Chairperson, there has been a problem in KZN of political violence en masse, but after elections, it was some sort of organized kind of, and then the people were dying, especially at the level of local leadership politically and also the councillors. I've listened to say that it was more of the ANC councillors. No, it's across the board. Quite several of the NFP, ANC, IFP, even EFF, DA, as we speak now, we're dealing with those that are dealing with it. I left when they were dealing with it at Mpofana. The councillor that killed the family stood outside and burned the whole family and said his house has been burned. And I'm sure that guy didn't know that there's something called forensic. And the forensic discovered that he has done it, he has been sentenced and all that. It's happening. So, President visited the murder scene of Kashana Mngunu, who was a councillor there in Maritzburg. And from there, he made a call on the ministers of, I guess, were 4 ministries. That was police, defense, justice. This was together with the correctional service and state security. So he says the ministers of these ministries, for me, interministerial is made by ministries rather than ministers. That's my understanding. That interministerial is made by ministries. Why so? Because those ministers immediately went to KZN. Was a Minister of Police, Cele, was a Minister of Justice, Masuta, was a Minister of State Security, Duba. The time was a Minister of Defense, Mapisa Ngagula. And then when the elections came, and then there was a Minister of Police, and there was a Minister of Justice, who's not Masuta now, but Lamula. There was a minister later, Mdise, and there was initially, there was only a deputy minister when it comes to state security, which was Zizugodwa, and later Nchabeni came on board. So they continued with the interministerial because these ministries were there. So interministers is ministers that move, but ministries, they stay there, and whoever is there continues. That's how I understand.
So what was the mandate of the interministerial committee?
The mandate was to go to KZN, specifically, sort the political violence, the matters that were taking place there, which were quite bad. Almost every week, a political figure was dying there. So was to go there and sort that thing, investigate, arrest, prevent, and stabilize the province. So when we went there, there was a committee, or there was some sort of a team that was provincially working there, led by a General Qiliza, and then there will be Brigadier Makashalala, who is here in Western Cape now. There would be Chiga, who was a head of intelligence in KZN. We sat there as this interministerial. We were given the report, we all agreed, without taking it further, that there is a zero work on this death that is happening here. So we had then, according to the interministerial, try to start something better. So different ministers had to work on their departments. I remember that there was a big meeting of officials that was called. I can't remember, but Dr. Kulube was in defense, were there. I think the DG of Justice were there. The DG, National Commission or Provincial Commission of Correctional Service were there. Those officials, they had to go and hash the plan and report to the interministerial. How are they going to do what the interministerial, under instruction of the president, had to do?
So it was a multidisciplinary team that was going to be established.
Indeed,
from different departments.
Exactly so, exactly so. But most prominently would have been the police and prosecutors, because prosecutors had to direct the investigations. But one department that is not mentioned now and again that played a prominent role was correctional service. Why correctional service? Because people arrested, they still gave direction from prisons who to eliminate and all that. The only cutoff was to take people to Kokstad, so which is a prison where you can't communicate with anybody. So the Minister of Correctional Service had to make the way and open that most of people that are arrested under this killing must be taken there. The other thing that was requested there, these cases were delaying, so was if we could get the special courts to deal with them so that they're gone through and then people are arrested and all that. So these departments were really working together, from the ministers to the top officials and down to the real team that was working down there.
General, can I just refresh your memory? Can you go to Annexure BC2, which is on page 11. It's an annexure.
Annexure.
BC2 on page 11.
BC2.
You got it?
I'm going to tell you the annexure. Oh, okay.
You see, those are described as speaker notes by the Minister of Police, Bheki Cele, political killings, and it is dated the 3rd of, is that August? 3rd of August, 2018. Do you want to run through that? Because this would have been immediately or shortly after, no, not immediately, shortly after the establishment of the task team. So you'll see a number of very relevant aspects of the Interministerial Committee dealt with there, to refresh your memory.
Yes, I do see. And as you read down that, the team comprises of 126 members led by Acting Provincial Commissioner, Lieutenant Mkwanazi, and Brigadier Ngwenya and Kumalo. The National Prosecuting Authority has also dedicated 16 experienced, seasoned prosecutors. So from there on, the team kicked in as the interministerial or multidisciplinary approach. So others would follow, like courts, but this one immediately kicked in.
And at the and subsequent to this, the Mkwanazi and Kumalo, they would report on a 2-yearly base, or they would report to the Interministerial Committee twice a year on progress or on what they were doing, and you would then hold a press conference, the IMC, and you were, because you're the key person involved as Minister of Police, you would then address the media based on the reports you were getting from the political killing stars team.
Well, there were several of these briefings. People responsible were invited to go down.
If you're there, you can see. I'm referring to. Go to page 16 also of the annexures.
Page 16.
Annexure BC3 starts on page 15, and you can. There's a summary of the media briefings.
Yes.
And your
Yes.
statements on page 16, 21 May 2018, 3 August 2018, that's the one you've just referred to, 13 September 2018, March 2019, June 2021, February 2022, 6 September 2023, and I think your last press briefing was in March. It's not here, but in March 2024, that was the last press briefing.
Well, initially, these briefings were intense because of the work starting, but as the work happens, they become a bit slowly. But the members of the IMC will go and be briefed. Mostly would be briefed by the officials of the departments, having been briefed by the task team. There will be members of the task team, especially the higher echelons like Kumalo, like Gwenya, like Mkwanas, and all those, and those that would have been invited, and the prosecutors and the people from correctional service. I remember that Nele would be there. So that's how it would happen, and then there would be a media briefing. The media briefing, most of the time, it would not be Cele sitting alone. There would be other members of the task team sitting there and giving update of what has happened with the task team going down, and that last meeting would be the 5th of September 2023. But that was not the last activity. The team itself was invited. The PKTT. I saw some N on it now. I'm not sure about it. So
Minister Nkunu put the N there in front.
I don't know N. So there are two things towards the end, towards the election, that this team was doing. There's a major operation that they do at Kwanongoma, where Mpangazita comes from, where in the municipality, they have arrested the municipality manager, the finance manager, and the supply chain manager. They are all arrested by this team. So I had a lady called Diaz asking.
Before you get to the lady called Diaz,
fine.
Can I please interject you?
Okay.
You referred also to the 5th of September. That's 2023. That's an important meeting, an interministerial committee meeting. Can I refer you to paragraph 47 on page 17 of your statement?
Right. But this is 17.
Because this is important in the context of Minister Mkunu's evidence or contention that the PKTT had been dissolved.
Okay.
And that it was, according to him, an illegal, unlawful structure since 2022. So just talk us through some decisions that were taken at that meeting on the 5th of September and who was in attendance.
Well, I'm sure the whole minutes could be available. So, present in that meeting, I think it was Cele, Lamola, Matale. And Dise and the Premier of KZN apologized. So that was interministerial then. And then I think 4 resolutions, that is on the 5th of September. It was attended, it was Lamola, Matala. But if you go to resolutions,
Yeah.
47.1, the first resolution was that Minister Lamola would engage the NPA on the matter of dedicated courts for political killings, which means there are activities of this committee that are still going on, have not been accomplished. One of them is this court issue. The second one is, the second resolution was the Minister Lamola was to deal with the issue of transfer of prisons to Koksat prison. There was a problem there. They will be transferred and unknowingly to the team and the investigating office, and somebody will take them back to where they come from and continue with their activities. So the minister had to deal with this, that those that are taken to Koksat, they stay in Koksat. Fourth one was that, third one, resolution was the success of the PKTT would be communicated in the media briefing to be held on behalf of the IMC. The media briefing eventually took place on the 6th, 2023. Obvious. For the final resolution was that the PKTT could not dissolve and that it must continue. That is the 5th September 2023 decision taken by the interministerial.
Okay. So, what is your response to Minister Mkunu saying that the PKTT was disestablished?
By who?
Already since 2022.
Disestablished by who?
Well, it's not quite clear what he's saying, who said so. I think we have asked him, I think honourable members of the committee asked him, and that it's an illegal structure.
The president instructs the ministries. The ministers go there. The ministers call their relevant top officials of the department to bring all components together. They come together. The team is formed. The team starts the work and will agree. Maybe you are not going on details of the success and all that. It continues up to the end of the 5th administration. Comes the 6th administration, it continues. And these interministerials, as these ministers, the new under the ministries, they are there. And it goes for election 2024. This is there. I don't remember anywhere as the chair and those that we're working with talking about dismantling this team at all. What I would also remember is that, I guess, if I'm not mistaken, on the 7th of March 2024, the same team went to brief the president about the activities that they were doing in Fort Hare, since it was requested by the president to look at the matters of, we can come how it came about on that one. So this is now March 2024. We're going for election March, May. So this team is still active. I don't remember anywhere as a person that was almost involved at all in the understanding of activities. I don't remember the team being disbanded until I saw the letter that was written on the 21st December.
The 31st of December.
31st of December, when we're drinking and dancing.
Now, your view is captured at paragraph 49 on page 18.
Paragraph 49.
Yeah, on page 18 of your statement.
Okay. Yes, it is there. That's how.
You
that's how
want
I
to
look at
you want to read that into the record?
In my view, PKTT was established by the IMC under the leadership of the President, and therefore only the IMC could disestablish it. I have heard in these proceedings the submission that no IMC had been established under the 7th administration. I submit that this argument is incorrect. The IMC consists of ministries that form the multidisciplinary team, not the political incumbents, the ministers, who may change with each administration. The IMC, therefore, continued to exist even under the 7th administration. The Minister of Police, therefore, had to consult with the IMC that had established the PKTT before deciding to disband it. Any disestablishment of PKTT would also have to be done in consultation with the departments that form part of the steering committee of the IMC that had oversight over the PKTT. I can add to say there is also a JCPS cluster. If maybe it's not very clear with the with the existence, JCPS cluster, which Minister of Justice and Minister of Police are co-chairs. It could have been discussed there. Maybe if really it doesn't, it could have been, the clearance could have been sought from the President that there is this, what do I do, does it exist or not? But you cannot just one swallow that makes summer here. Which is a Minister of Police that does not take on board the rest of everybody that is there to talk about this thing. I'm not going to make a conclusion whether it's illegal. I'm not a lawyer, but procedurally, I do not agree with it. The way that it has come through, it should have reversed the same way back. That will be my argument.
We're going to go now to the Minister's Directive of 31 December. But just to round off on whether or not the PKTT is still in existence, you recall having I'm not sure whether you call it a discussion or just out of interest, that you spoke recently with the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, and on her, as it were, job description, the PKTT was still one of the functions allocated to her as Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development.
Well, as you minister, you join, I think your officials will take you through. And it starts with maybe the handover from your predecessor. The time is short. It took me 2 hours with my successor. So there is a lot of things. But then you go to the officials of the department, and then they'll tell you the duties. It does, hearing from Minister Kubai, it still does come through as one of her jobs to be part of the IMC on this one. That would be my latest information.
Yeah. The directive of the 31st of December 2024, you'll find it next to your statement as Annexure BC4 on pages 49 to 50. Have you got it there, General?
Yeah, I have it. Thanks.
When did you first see or hear of or were told about this directive, and what was your reaction, your response?
Chairperson, there is a funny chain here. I don't know how I got in the group of Marshall. I'm in that group.
A WhatsApp group?
It's WhatsApp group.
You be careful of these WhatsApps.
I never write, but most of these things come from that Marshall thing.
Who's all on that group?
Marshall and his husband and her husband.
Yeah.
Morgan. So those are expensive, but there are other ones. I think it's Huela, and then there are people that they correspond with. There is hashtag Minister of Police. There is hashtag Adams. I think is a member of Parliament. There was a hashtag chair of Portfolio Committee. I don't know if he's still there, but he was also corresponding very closely with the Marshall. So this Marshall, so you get these things, but because I don't write, I don't say anything and all that, I don't think they are aware that I'm there and reading these things. Some of them are big about me personally, that how criminal I am. So, but I don't ask anybody. I sit and I look how criminal I am. So keep quiet. But Marshall, you know, we'll come to that later. That was written by Meriti Haas, writing National Commissioner on the 22nd of January, asking him, why have you not implemented the instruction of the minister? This is Diaz writing National Commissioner. And that letter, I think it was 12 hours, that it was also on Marshall. But Marshall is quite big. So I received these things from Marshall. I hope they won't disestablish me now out of...
Not immediately anyway.
Because it provides a good information, what's the thinking about this hashtag minister, him, and they also pray and all this. Sometimes they speak a lot of Sotho, so then I'll have a problem. But when they speak English and all that. So when I saw this letter, I said, but this can't be. This can't be. There are three elements there, which is a border issues, no much discussions. One can come on that if it needs to be. There is a crime intelligence, which had no discussions much about it. One can come on that, which can be. The real one that has taken the center stage is a PKTT. So when I looked at the letter, I said, but this can't be. The letter opens 3 political task killing. The first word is in 2019, which is wrong. In 2019, that is wrong. A directive was made to the National Commission of Police following Morano Commission. That is wrong. There is no direction made to the national. The direction was made to the interministerial. that then invited other people. And it was not after Morane, it was after the president has made an announcement in Maritzburg. Later he came to Parliament, but earlier has made that standing on a white hippo, saying these ministries must go there. So this Morane can't be correct. Then they say it's flowing from there. The interministerial task force be established, and it's not the force; it's the interministerial committee. The key mandate was correct: stop, investigate, resolve unresolved matters, which is a stabilization of the situation. That one is correct. My observation in this regard, which should not be the individual observation, it should be the observation of the committee, I guess. Is that further existence of this team is no longer required, nor is it adding any value of policing in South Africa. I therefore direct that the political task team be disestablished immediately. Further, that a preliminary report in this regard be submitted to the minister by the 20th. Observing it, if it were me, I would have said, give me the report on the 20th of this task team. And armed with the report, then I would know what decision I'm taking. But to dismantle and run the report, what is the report for now? Because the decision is taken. But it goes on to say, this is 20th of January. The final and closing report must be submitted to the Ministry Management Executive Committee meeting in January 2025, the date of which will be communicated as soon as possible. It does look like there is an issue with this January. Well, the letter is written few hours before January. Yes, it's December, but it's 5. We are just to come to January. The letter is written, and then give report 20th January. I don't know if the letter did come, the report, but 22nd of January, Mary Diaz writes the letter to the National Commissioner, asking him, have you done
General,
what...
Sorry, Honourable Chair, can I just point out to honourable members that there is a small... Sorry, there's a little bundle with 2 documents attached. The Mary Diaz letter of 22 January 2025, page 1 to 2, and then there's an article on political killings, political interference, which is written by a Christine, but quotes extensively Professor De Haas. Have you got that, General? That's the letter you're referring to.
Yes, I do have that letter. National Commission Secretary General Massimo email good. That is 22nd January 2025. The headline says, your failure to follow ministerial instruction and disband the political killing team is impacting negatively on the crucial policing work in KwaZulu-Natal. So that is a letter which I think paragraph 3 says, according to a report I have just received. I don't know you received this report from who? Mary Diaz. From concerned police or from concerned members, detectives in KZN cannot take exhibits to Pretoria laboratory because there are no funds to travel, the funds allegedly having been diverted to the political killing team, leaving crucial evidence, e.g. drugs, firearm, DNA, and cell phones in the province contaminated. 4, in other words, If these allegations are true, the Provincial Commissioner and KZN is complicit in ignoring instructions given by the Minister and obstructing regular policing activities in KwaZulu-Natal. Please investigate and report to the Minister and Parliament immediately. Immediately.
So you were saying you were somehow suggesting that there's a whole confluence, a whole getting together of factors in January 2025, immediately, shortly after the directive of 31 December 2025, which you found quite...
It does look like there was something about January.
Yeah.
I don't know what is it. But my take with all this process, Chairperson, it starts with Mary writing the letter on October. And I found some similarities of the content of the letter, because this immediately is also there in that letter.
That letter is on pages 51 through to 58.
That is October. So then there is a discussion of a certain stain on his written opinion piece, if it is opinion piece. Very excited to say the minister or the professor has instructed the national commissioner to disband. And 31st January happens, 31st December happens. And January, Mary, who wrote in October, comes back now, not to the minister now, to the national commissioner. The report must come on the 20th. Mary is very close to understanding whether the report has come on the 20th. But 22nd, we are bad. She's asking if that has been done. So it's my take, my genesis of my problem with this is Mary having played quite a big role. I must admit, the Kwana's allegation at the later stage of cartels and all that, I don't understand that much until I hear from Kwana's and what is happening. But my take is that I've seen Mary driving this process of disestablishment of this. I don't know what is her interest. Maybe it does link with the later one. I don't know. So people can check. But also, I find that January has something to do with the disestablishment. That's my take on this process, essay.
Yeah, we also see that in a subsequent letter, those suggestions about excuse me, Minister. It's the same. It's the same. If you go to page 60, go to BC 7, General. Which is on page 65.
Page 65.
To 70.
Right, yes.
Yeah. Where she makes, if you go to the bottom, well, the document which appeared in the KZN Monitor, it starts off with reference to the 31 December 2024 Minister Mkunu's directive. And then she says, a few lines in, it seems though that the ministerial instructions are not being followed, as certain apparently specifically selected members have not been redeployed to the units from which they were seconded, and that at least one new case has been opened by one of these members. Information has been forwarded to the Minister's office. So it seems as if she's privy to information that's been forwarded to the Minister's office. Then
Yes, well,
in the last paragraph, she said there was no good reason for establishing this team in the first place. You see that? And then on page 66, the second paragraph, contrary to constitutional principles of transparency and account, few lines, where she says that questions about the structure and command of the team have never been answered.
yes, I do.
And then
see
she refers to you. She says, when soon after it started operating, questions were posed to team members about who was in charge. The response was that it was then Minister Cele. When the Police Portfolio Committee was asked about it, the late Jumat Peterson claimed not to know about what was happening. However, she agreed that the minister should not be operational. Despite ongoing complaints, no interventions to remedy matters followed. When the team was initially established, a detective was in charge, but even at that stage, members were coming and going. When the detective retired, then Brigadier Khumalo was put in charge by Cele. 2018.
2018, I didn't know him before that. He's one. He was a prick. That's the first one. The second one, SC. Ministers of police are just unlucky. They appoint nobody. They appoint nobody. Even the national commissioners, they don't appoint them. The president does. And then the commissioners appoint the structure as per the constitution of command and control. So there is no minister. If I have any...
We discussed this, but in terms of the Police Act, the minister appoints the head of the Hawks.
Yeah, that's the only person,
but
according
no
to the
other
law.
appointments
is
you
the
say
only
are
person
made by
that
the
you
minister.
appoint, yes. So that the Hawks. But when it comes to the South African Police Service and all that, that is so Cele could not then have been appointed Khumalo. Even if Cele wanted to appoint Khumalo, had to explain to the rest of the ministers that were part of the interministerial what is this. So the issue of Khumalo, knowing him, whether it's investigator, whether it's in crime situation or crime intelligence, really I wouldn't know. This is a researcher talking. So she can't just research that ministers don't appoint an accomplished researcher. She can't research that and know that ministers don't appoint when it comes to police. So the Chairperson, there is even the issue of DTGs. I explained who Lieutenant Generals are. They are DTGs. In government, DTGs are appointed by cabinet. So DTGs, you motivate, you interview, and you submit to cabinet, and the cabinet agrees or disagrees, but not with the police. The commissioner announces in the morning that you are now Lieutenant Colonel, so you are Lieutenant General. And I think when I was a national commissioner and became the minister, I raised it to say I find it far-reaching that a single person can appoint a DTG. DTG is very senior. So if he's appointed by you alone, really he will save his job by respecting you and not doing his job. I think it's even unfair to the DTGs to be appointed in that simplest way and all that kind of thing. Maybe it is on that score that my predecessor, Sambalula, came with the regulations that commissioner can appoint at the level from Major General in concurrence with the ministers. So that came because there would be many generals around here that you don't know when they came about and all that. But this concurrence does not then stop the commissioner, which is his constitutional and legislative prerogative to continue and do it. So, Cele coming to appointing Khumalo when he can't even appoint Masimula, a researcher must know that, especially if it is an accomplished
She claims
researcher.
that you appointed Khumalo also as the head of SAP's crime intelligence in 2022. And she questions how he could be the head of intelligence, crime intelligence, and also the head of the task team.
As I've said, that maybe that could be answered by a person who appoints those people, which happens to be a national commissioner.
Okay. Now, what is also, because I suppose at this stage you can only suspect that Professor De Haas has some or other role to play in the ministerial directive of 31 December. But what is also quite interesting is that yesterday when the Minister Mkhunu concluded his evidence, he made two recommendations to this honourable committee. One of them is that the three oversight bodies currently in place at as part of the overall security apparatus, IPID, IDEC, DPCI, that these bodies should all be merged.
What paragraph is that?
Yeah, I'm just paraphrasing, but you'll find it at page 52, which is in her letter of 31 October 2024. This is one of those letters which the minister says informed, amongst other things, not everything, there's a whole range of things, but this is one of the letters that informed his decision of 31 December. But here she says, if it were feasible, it would be to establish an ombuds oversight body headed by a retired judge of integrity and extensive experience in the field of criminal and policing matters. So that's the one, and then the other recommendation you'll find in her piece in the KZN Monitor on page 69 and 70, that where she says on page 69 at the bottom, the dismantlement of this task team has been long overdue, but the continuing irregular activities, ignoring a legitimate ministerial instruction, require sanctions to be brought against its leadership. the next step must also include a full audit of the expenses, including whether they are being met from provincial budgets or even from crime intelligence services, which Kumalo also heads. So that would you also find that interesting? There seems to be a correlation between what she contends, claims in her writings, and decisions taken by Minister Mchunu.
But further reading there says Parliament, the Minister and the Auditor General
Yes.
must demand full financial accountability for all the money which has been
Yeah,
spent.
she demanded
on
that the
task team.
Auditor General do a full
I think
audit.
those were last recommendations made yesterday. They tally with what is coming from what Meriti has is saying.
Yeah. Did you speak to Minister Mchunu about his directive of 31 December 2024?
Well, I had the comfort of handing over to Minister Mchunu. I think we spent about 2 hours at Bheki Cele. As I left the office, I said, I'm a phone away. This could be a difficult environment, I must say. That environment is difficult and energy sapping to be a Minister of Police.
Energy sapping.
Yeah, no doubt about it. It's energy sapping. It's one of the most difficult jobs to be a Minister of Police. So I said, you pick up and you talk. Well, that did not happen. I don't think I've ever received a call until I see these things, and I approach him somewhere in January in one of the meetings to say, I see these letters from Auntie Mary. Can we talk about it so that we see how they go? Because my main fear was a wrong genesis of the letter he has written. That the genesis of the letter was wrong. There is no morale here and all that kind of thing. There is no 2019. So maybe if the better information comes, and I don't think I was entertained. I was told that the process is going to continue and no stoppage. And I think the 13th in Kailisha, I went to the president. I said, Mr. President, can you pull us together with Minister Mchunu, maybe yourself or just 2 of us, to take one through on the matters.
That was on January 8th?
Yeah, but January 8th was
when
on
you
January
met with
13th.
the president?
It was on 13th, not 8th. And then there was no comfort in trying to have that communication. So, indeed, then we did not talk about the matter.
Okay, Senior Counsel, may we afford Honorable Malema a chance?
Of Mary Dihase to put it there. Auntie Mary.
Mbangazita, do you want to respond to?
Yes, Honorable Chairperson. I was actually saying that I've got her picture on my phone, and I can volunteer to actually share it with him.
No, the indication I
Page
get is
59.
that
Page 59.
The honourable member will assist the legal team to have the picture. After break, we will have it. Thank you so much.
It's not for me. I'm saying you must flight her there so the society can see this person. And Honorable Bredenbach says Google. She assumes every South African has got Google, access to Google and data.
No. SC.
May I continue? Sorry.
When we break, Mbangazita will help you to get that picture, and before when we resume the proceedings after break, we will flight it there.
It is in the pack, Honourable Chair.
It's in the pack.
Page 59.
Yeah, but the statement which is being made is that this parliament is for the people of South Africa. It's not for us who are sitting here.
May I continue, Honourable Chair? Sorry, Minister. So you met with the minister that sometime in January also?
Yes, we're in the same meeting, but
And January the 8th, you also raised this with the president. Just tell us a bit more about your discussions with the president, or was it even a discussion?
no, absolutely not a discussion, because we're just, as I said, Mr. President, can you help? I need to speak to the minister about the political task team. If you could organize the meeting, the three of us or him and it, because I've tried, I failed. So that was the end. But I never discussed anything with the president on that matter. It was a request if the meeting could be facilitated.
Now clearly, when you heard or saw the directive, you were not in favor, or put another way, you were opposed to the disestablishment of the task team.
Two main things that would have made me opposed to it. The procedures of it, how it came about, for me it had to reverse that way. That's the first one. The second one, Chair, the letter says there's no value and has achieved nothing.
Yeah.
Maybe that's not the letter per se, but it's in the contents of Mary that has achieved nothing. He even accused that it was not supposed to be there. He should have taken president to court for it not to be there. But that it has no veil and all, I would not agree. Chairperson, in that province, Pangasita would know. I'm not going to talk about him and me. But in that province, things do flare up now and again. The mandate of this team is to investigate, arrest those people, and create stability. So here they say its work either is done and all that. It's not done. There are cases there. One of the biggest cases that the team is dealing is Nongoma, where the manager, the finance CFO, and the supply chain, they are arrested. Their arrest, as Mary argues that they are not supposed to, their arrest comes from the matter of Councillor Mkhunu, 75-year-old. I don't know what's wrong with Councillor Mkhunu, because President announced on Councillor Mkhunu. So there's a 75-year-old Councillor Mkhunu that was killed at Nongoma of the NFP. And then when the investigation was done, it was found that the man was paid through the structures of municipality to Ingabi, to the hitman. That's why they are arrested. So that case is still under investigation. Those people are going to court. If you disband with immediate, what happens to those cases and all that kind of thing? And the further investigation. Secondly, This team must create stability. Chairperson, through you to this, half of eThekwini councillors are guarded. Those that come from eThekwini would know, are given protection because they fear to be killed. Mostly there would be ANC and IFP. They are still under guard. The municipality pays extra money, pays extra cars for them, pays extra SNT, pays overtime for those policemen. So this stability, for me, is not there. I don't know in other places, but councillors are still under guard. So which means while a lot of work has been done, but the mission has not been accomplished. Maybe I must say so, because there is this argument that there is a time bound for this KTT. I agree. But task teams and operations are based on two things, on timeline and the accomplishment of the mission. It's not because it's a timeline, so we say 6 months, and 5.5 down the line, people, they shoot each other. They said, yeah, guys, we said we stay 6, we are going. No. If the accomplishment of the mission comes early, yes, we can even go earlier. But if it doesn't, those that have authority to extend, which I guess the National Commission would do, it will be so. For me, it can't be measured with the situation that is one councillor. To me, it's a very costly measure to say because one councillor has just been killed of late, it can go. It is. There should be stability to say we are sure now that everybody that is causing trouble we have dealt with. KwaNongoma, there was a time when all councillors of all organizations were sleeping at Richards Bay. When the night falls, they get in a bus or taxi. They go. It's 116 kilometers away. They go and sleep there. What stabilized them to come back? There are two things. Those people who were arrested. So there's stability to Nongoma. But is that stability all over the province? No. It's not all over the province. As I'm saying that people are guarded at eThekwini and at a big expense, the councillors. 2 months ago, when I passed at Kwamash Hostel, the councillor there, Gwala, was escorted by the police, people chasing him literally. He's an IFP councillor chased by IFP people. So don't tell me that there is a stability that you can come. So when all those people are removed, for me, then that will be established. Then the mission will be accomplished. What happens if you withdraw them and then there's a flare up again? You go and constitute them and all that kind of. So I don't agree with having no value and mission having been accomplished.
So without wanting to put words in your mouth, you seem to say that one shouldn't just evaluate or analyze the successors or otherwise of the PKTT in terms of the number of arrests, the number of prosecutions, and how many years people were sentenced to jail. But where there is a period of relative calm, it could, or in your view, that's also due to the continued presence of the task team.
But the letter itself does say the key mandate was to stop, investigate, resolve the unresolved. Resolve the unresolved, which means it is understood for the fact that people are still gathered, for the fact that an investigation in some municipalities, there are cases that are unresolved that need to be followed and resolved. Even the letter understands. So why do you then stop when the mission has not been accomplished?
What about one of the minister's reasons or arguments also that all South Africans, all of us, deserve and are entitled to protection and to be safe, and not only a selected province or a selected group of people, like in this case, politicians, mostly councillors, but he points, for example, to murders here on the Cape Flats, as you well know, and in other parts of the country now, Westbury, other parts that we read about almost daily. And for that reason, it's not just or equitable to just have a political task team that's focused on one province and one category of persons.
Chairperson, is like saying you have a bread. Instead of buying the bread for those that don't have a bread, you take the bread from the ones that you all go hungry. Instead of buying the bread for those that they don't have the bread. I fully agree. We are all equal. But maybe the books that we have not equality does silently apply sometimes. Some are more equal than others. Chair, it's not true that it's only just him that takes money. From 2021, there's Operation Mkodwemvubu. That is Kwamhlabeyalingana, the cross-border crimes. In Cape Town, there is a Operation Thunder stroke Operation Lockdown, which takes, I don't have figures, but I would suspect that Cape Town one might be even taken more. When is my suspicion. For instance, if you bring 200 police from other provinces and they stay here at the cost of 800 rand a night, and then they go back and they bring the other lot, and they come with the cars. They don't just come alone. They come with the cars from those provinces and they will get SF. It should be then the question of safety of those people. To say only one councillor has been killed so it can withdraw, I hope people are not going to say it's sour grapes. So there is no minister has been shot, so withdraw the PSS. Because not one has been shot there. If your measurement is one dying, why don't you withdraw those that nobody has died? So maybe it's a sour grapes because I'm not there, I don't have the PSS. But I'm trying to show that that can't be the measurement so that only one person died, so now you can withdraw. When you have expensive unit called PSS that is guarding safe people, and nobody talks about that. So for me, if you have the center of excellence, your effort is to expand it rather than go and kill the where you have established excellence. That would be my argument.
Honorable Sangwen.
Chairperson, no, I just need clarity on this example that Minister Mkhunu is making. So he's saying because no minister has been shot, we should withdraw VIP protection for ministers. Is that the example that you are making, Minister?
No, Chairperson, I hope it's not sour grapes. I want to make this disclaimer. I'm saying, if the measurement is that we withdraw the focus in dealing with this violence because only one person has died, we can also withdraw where there is nobody that has died. There is no minister that has been killed. So withdraw from those that are not dying and leave a little bit for those that are still dying. That's what I'm saying. It's hypothetical, but that's what I'm saying. Sour grapes, I
you
know.
want to make a follow-up for Honorable Asau? No, it's well said, General. SC,
Thank you.
let's proceed.
Thank-
Proceed immediately.
Yes, sir. General Cele, is there anything else you want to comment on the directive before we move on to another topic?
Chairperson, I don't want to be unfair to Minister Mkuno to say it's cut and dry that you can't make suggestions. But for me, it would have been more relevant to sit down with the National Commissioner and say, that's how I see things. Just to get some outside influence with a very tough language to say, you instruct. Ministers don't instruct national commissioners. We can sit down and put my ideas and say, but Minister, it is not so. Operationally, there is 1, 2, 3. I said, well, I didn't see that angle. That was a blind spot to me. But 1, 2, 3, that's how I see. So I think, Chairperson, they are quite. Let's take this PT without N. So let's take it and you say how it came about, but further discussions. So we go to the funeral at Kwamhlabe of Judah, who was killed there, on a very, very angry funeral. They say, you go and fix this thing. So is the people there, sitting there. And the Minister of Police, they say, we are not going to talk here. Finally, they say, talk and talk what we are going to understand. Tell us how we're going to fix this thing. Minister of Police did not go and open Operation Mkotwemvubu. He went to the National Commissioner and said, we have a problem there. How can we deal with those matters? National Commissioner has a right to say, this is my way. So he needs to operationalize it. But I can't come and say, General Kumalo, as I see now, we go with. Even the commissioner, that maybe our relationship of working was not all not that warm, generally told. When the census matter was done, it was General Stoll who came with the idea and the people of the cold cases. It was not minister. So for me, it does need a better work. You don't have to be friends with the National Commission. You don't have to be friends. But it does need, otherwise you end up being unconstitutional, breaking the legislation and all that kind of thing. So for me, that would help next time that all ministers and national commissioners don't be friends, or don't be friends, drink together and all that. But remember, we are here to work together. For me, that would help.
Just good old-fashioned consultation, conversation, discussion, interaction to find a solution to a problem.
And the legislative space and constitutional space.
To be respected.
Yeah, to be respected. That maybe will come, because there was a discussion here of the devolution of powers. I thought for some reason the committee put the provincial commissioner on a political arena. For me, that was a hell of a political arena for the provincial commissioner. Yeah. The constitution is very clear, says the police will investigate, combat, uphold, and enforce the law. The constitution doesn't come close of rearrangement of the Constitution by the officers. I think the National Commissioner there was put in a wrong arena. Unfortunately, the arena that he was put on is an ideology of some political parties. So I could see pushing him to push their ideology. I really sympathize with him.
Just briefly, what was your relationship with General Satole initially when he was the National Commissioner? And then subsequently, General Masemola, who is the current commissioner.
General Stolle, we were really working, but I don't think we were warm. General Stolle was appointed a month before the election of the ANC National Conference. So there was this thing of appointing a month before this happened. Mdluli was appointed a month before the National Commissioner comes in. Stolle was appointed a month before we're going for elections, which you know that will be there for a year, but you appoint a person for next 5 years. So maybe there was that. But as we came, there was a big issue of Stolle of illegally purchasing of a grabber, which looks like him and Minister Mbalule, they have agreed to purchase the grabber. The grabber is a listening device to you here. And unfortunately, it was used to me, the grabber. Whatever the grabber or what, but it was used. I was illegally listened by my police, led by Mdluli, from December to March, 2010 to 2011. So I was listened. So it's something that happens. It's supposed to be. By the way, maybe that is another legislative that legislators will have to look at. If they want to get this 205 to listen because there is a project, what police do, they take a batch of the people they want to listen to the judge, and the judge grants the permission of the batch. But in the batch, they can put the name of anybody. That's how they did with me. They put Jabulani Mdlalose, and they put the number of Cele. So the judge approves the batch. The judge should approve the individuals. I think the law must say so that we know that this is not abused to listen people that are not supposed to be listened. So that is a legislative, maybe, because I think in the things that is supposed to happen, people will have to look at the legislative matters. The other one, before I forget, it's a law of intelligence. Chairperson, that law, I think it rests with justice. It's such cumbersome law. If the Minister of Police wants to, in his or her department, buy the equipment to work on the devices of working for information, he needs to approach the Minister of Justice. The Minister of Justice needs to invite the Minister of State Security and the Minister of Defense. And as they agree, they invite the Minister of Communication. If one minister says no, that can't work. I find it very cumbersome. That's what happened July 21. That's what happened. That the devices that were there could not be used because one minister said no to stop the spread of July 21. So I find it a very cumbersome law. So I agree that you can't have agencies that monitor people without any kind of monitoring. Maybe only the Minister of Justice rather than Minister of Communication and all that. So it's one law that I think as the members of the legislators, they go forward, they can look at it.
How was General Masemola appointed? And did you have any role to play or hand in his appointment?
Well, appointing the national commissioners is a prerogative of the president, but I think something happened with Masemola. President put some panel to appoint Masemola. And if I'm not mistaken, 4 generals were interviewed. That will be General Kwena from Northwest, General Masemola, General Vuma, and General was a provincial commissioner, Gauteng, Mawela. So that panel was chaired by Professor Mafumadi, Sydney, and then was Minister of Police on it, Cele. There was Minister of Education, Motsecha. There was DG from Finance. There was DG from Presidents. And there was a former National Commissioner of the South African Police, 5 That is a panel that interviewed and they made the recommendation to the President about the employment of Masemola.
Okay. And your relationship with General Masemola?
Well, absolutely not friends. I don't even know whether he drinks or he doesn't. I don't drink alcohol. So with friends, you would know. I don't know his house and all that. But our working relationship is quite cordial. It's cordial.
On many occasions, especially in the media, but it's just for your comment. You've been accused of political interference with the operations of the police, even directing the operations of the police. What do you say to such allegations?
Well, I've heard that, but I've seen it written by Mary. I've seen it written. I think, I don't know, but there is a document where he writes to Parliament. When she writes to Parliament because of her fear.
Yes, I'm not sure whether it's the same, but she did file a ministerial, or rather a complaint to the Portfolio Committee.
Yeah, she wrote to Portfolio Committee.
I think you're referring also to Annexure BC 6 on page 59.
Page 59.
There's a handsome couple on that page.
There is a picture of
You and
Bheki
Mr.
Cele and Mary Diaz there, eyeball to eyeball.
Yeah, this is the this is a reference to the letter she wrote to the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee, as well as to the Speaker.
This one looks like is an article.
Yeah, but it references the complaint to
written by Stein based on the submission made by Mary to Parliament.
Yes.
She tells Parliament that Cele is also known to have dangerous friends, including in the taxi mafia industry in KZN, which is the main home of hitmen. That's how she describes Cele. There is one thing that I agree with him, that there are many Zinkabi in that province. No, I wouldn't. But he says I'm a friend of them, and she's scared of me because of, she says, I'm putting on record publicly with Parliament that I believe that if what I am told by police members is incorrect, Mr. Cele Bheki is endangering my personal safety. Several weeks ago, there were media reports that Mr. Cele had been telling police members that they should not give information to the media and academics. So, talks about about inflammatory statements and all that kind of thing. Professor Diaz reminds Parliament that she had been monitoring and researching policing for 30 years, during which time I have consistently stood up for the rights of good police members, including the trust, and even managed to raise funds for legal assistance. She points out that her work continues to present, although I have not been able to be paid for that. Professor notes that she also needs to interact with police. This is written about Cele. By the way, he has issue with Cele in Khumalo. So she also writes a lot about Khumalo. She adds that reports on the police brutality
Honorable Ngola.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think General Cele must either confirm or deny the allegation that he has got dangerous friends, so that we're able to beef up our security as well. Thank you.
That he has what? Dangerous what?
Chair, the General is reading an article or a letter or whatever that accuses him of having dangerous friends. So he must confirm or deny the allegation so that we know if there is a need as the committee to beef up our security detail as well. Thank you.
Did you hear that, General?
Well, Chairperson, it's direct to say I have dangerous friends in taxi mafia. So I don't have taxis. So I don't know what would put me in the taxi mafias and taxi industry if I don't have taxis. So those dangerous friends maybe are known by...
So General, she, in summary, at the bottom of page 61, she says, as for the minister's, police minister's attitude towards her, she writes, it seems that Minister Cele takes exception to my exposing the fact that his conduct is unconstitutional and illegal.
Well, Mary Diaz is an anthropologist, not a judge, to find me guilty. If it is unconstitutional and illegal, she must take me to court and be found by court to be illegal and unconstitutional, and must strengthen her weapons of research as an anthropologist. And don't do this. I don't think I've done anything illegal and unconstitutional, as she said.
She claims also on page 62, your allies in the police include apartheid-era police and agents, some of whom used state funds to order the assassination of Sindiso Magaka. Some CIS members have been implicated in the attempt to kill Dabiso Zulu, who Cele refused to protect. Others have been used at Cele's direction to try and track down Patricia Mashale. Cele is also known to have dangerous friends, including in the taxi mafia industry in KZN, which is the main home of hitmen. This is the environment in which I live and move around. So she says she's putting all this on record to Parliament and to the public, as I want Minister Cele held accountable for further endangering his life by his reported inflammatory utterances. This was to the Portfolio Committee. Just your comment.
Well, I don't know. It would have been nice if Portfolio had called me. But I don't remember called by Portfolio on this matter. I guess that would be the sixth. That would be the sixth administration Portfolio, because she talks of Jumati as a chair. May her soul rest in peace. So I don't. But it would have been nice, really, to come and explain, because I guess they would have called both of us, Mary and Cele, to how to her endanger. She speaks of Thabiso and Mashele. I have no time to talk about Mashele.
You are in a WhatsApp group.
Yeah, I know all what she thinks. I can speak about Thabiso. Thabiso is a close friend, or was a close friend of Makaka, Sindiso, the former ANC secretary that was murdered. The case is in Maritzburg, and somebody has just been sentenced there. So on that case, I was taken to public protector, Advocate Mkhwebane, for refusing to protect Thabiso. Thabiso was a witness. So everybody knows that witnesses are protected by justice, not by South African Police Service. So I was found guilty by Mkhwebane, advocate, that I have refused to protect Thabiso. So I took that to review. It was reversed. It was reversed to say, but Minister of Police could not have been part of that. You should have taken Minister of Justice. Thabiso, we did speak to him that he must go to the witness protection program. He refused. He said he wants bodyguards that will take him around and all that kind of stuff. And Mary Diaz is so close, but Mary Diaz has never revealed that Thabiso was found guilty by the court of law for the abuse of a woman. But he protects him without reservation when he has been found by the court of law of the sexual abuse. I don't know what kind of it, but that is there. So there is this double standards of Mary Diaz dealing with all of us. So for me, that would be the issue. To say I am in the taxi industry and all, there is, I think in the letter says I'm a populist, a dangerous populist that put inflammatory state and all. Really, I don't remember, and I don't have time to go to the public platform talking about Mary. He won't give me any votes. She won't. I can talk about Onomvalo and other people, so the public platform, but I can't talk about Mary really. To whip inflammatory statement and all that kind of. I just don't know. But if you follow all her writings, they're basically about Cele and Khumalo. Cele from Khumalo. So when it comes to the apartheid, police, she must show me who is not in the apartheid police. You must show me who is there. I heard the CIC, Honorable Malema, saying to Mkhwanazi is a carrier police. Yes, he's an apartheid carrier police. He's not just a police. He's an apartheid carrier police. All those police were created not necessarily crime issues, were created to make sure that black men don't survive. No doubt about that. So whether they were South African police, whether they were Venda, whether they were Maputa Tswana, whether they were Siskai, whether they were KwaZulu police, and many of us were killed by KwaZulu police there. Whether it was Siabuswa, where Stole comes from, was a Kenel at Siabuswa, Bantustan. So they were never created to create a safe space for South Africans, especially black South Africans. They will create space to close this. They were created to close the space that they don't breathe. By the way, deviating a little bit, I was looking at the crime stats. Crime stats were started on 96 to be announced in South Africa. There was no announcement of crime stats before then, and there were 27,000 murders. Only God knows how many were there before that. How many were there? They were not registered. Especially the death of black men in South Africa was never registered. So don't tell me about apartheid police as if they were gracious police. They were all apartheid in Bantustans. The only thing, they are human beings, they're dynamic. We have learned to work together thereafter. Wherever they come. And many of them, I must assure you, they are good police that have adapted in the new dispensation. But there are those that they have adapted and become criminals. There are those that they miss their old stations in the Bantustans and all that kind of thing. So Mary must not come to me and teach me about the Bantustan police. I know them better, what they did to me and to us, those apartheid police. And I used to report to her, Mary, when I was abused, yes, and the professor, together with Professor Zulu, monitoring in university. I don't know what happened to him to find me in Kabi now. When I was chased by the police as an activist, I used to report to her that I was chased. So must not talk about apartheid police. We know better what apartheid police are.
Okay. So if we can just move on to another topic, General. Do you know Brown Mogotsi? Have you met him?
No, I don't know Brown Mogotsi.
Not even as a comrade?
No, I've just known him of late because he's quite big on media. Yeah. I think he's the biggest person on media at the present moment.
You never met him in person?
No. I haven't met Brown Mogotsi.
He's not on your WhatsApp?
My WhatsApp?
Yeah.
No. Yeah. Brown Mogotsi is not there. I've seen him and talking how he. When I had the name Mogotsi, that he is close to the minister, the spokesperson for the minister is Mogotsi, but is a lady. So I have always
the spokesperson for
the minister
Nkunu,
yeah,
is Mogotsi.
Yes. So, but
just one moment. Honorable Malema.
Minister, do you have a WhatsApp?
yes, I do.
Okay, thanks.
I do have a WhatsApp that I read and never write on it. Not once in life I've written either WhatsApp or any text message. With all my years with my wife, she has never received a text message from me. Not once. She said I must not say that. So with my PA that I've worked almost 20 years, Sharon, she has never received. With Mkwanazi, whom I have a lot of written messages from him, he has never received one from me. By the way, including including because I saw the war between Mkhwanazi and Sibiya about the question of AKA that Mkhwanazi did not want to report to me. But a person who reported to me the matter of AKA was Mkhwanazi, who sent me the message at about 11:30 at night. So that's why it was funny for me that he does not report to politicians when they were fighting with the Sibiya, when he wasn't done. But himself, he can't show nobody, Honorable Malema, in the Republic of South Africa that can show you a written message that comes from Cele.
Yeah, no, honorable members, the secretary of our committee is showing me a list of unanswered WhatsApp text to General Cele. Honorable Shogwe.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to ask, what is there a relationship between the two Mokhotzes, the spokesperson and the other Mokhotse? Thank you.
No, I don't know. I have no information, Honorable Member.
May I proceed, Chair? Thank you, General. But you know Kat Matlala?
Very well.
Okay.
I think
When did you first meet Kat Matlala?
I met Kat Matlala in December last year,
2024,
2024. That's the
before
first
the
time.
directive.
That's the first time I met Kat Matlala. December 2024. I can't remember the date, but it was after the raid.
The raid on the 8th or the 6th, the 6th of
Yeah.
December.
Because that's one thing that brought him to me.
So
You-
what is there a connection between the raid on 6th December where we know
There are,
that PKTT
there are issues that he raised to me about the raid.
So can you tell us, well, first tell us how it is that you came to meet him. Did you know him before that?
No, I didn't know him before that, and I don't know how it happened because the people of his stature, I would know about them, especially from what the township, from MAMS, from Mamelodi. I have had a lot of community engagement in Mamelodi. And they will raise the issues about the people that give them trouble. One person that was very prominent was Keke. There's a guy called Keke in Mamelodi. I think he's doing 20 years now. It's been said. So we went there. We had Imbizo. 27 people spoke at Imbizo. Not a single one spoke of Keke. The 27th person spoke about Keke and was given a standing ovation. And this person made a statement that I'm ready to die after speaking with Keke. So you would know that there are people like Keke and things. But nobody ever raised an issue about Matlala. Nobody. Then Bongani Mpungos, who is a son of Sputla Mpungos, who is the son of Sputla Mpungose, who comes from Nongoma or Matubatuba, where he comes from, and a very notorious taxi person. Because of my involvement as the MEC for Transport and Police, when there are problems of taxi industry, then I will meet these people. So I knew Sputla through that, the father of Bongani. So Bongani then brings Matlala to me. So I think a week or 2 weeks I've read earlier to say there is this Tembisa person who has received this 360, is it 360 or 260 amount of contract from the South African police. They came and I met them in Beverly Hill in Durban. So I met there. I think I delayed two days because Bongani, who's known as Mabonga, did not tell me that he's bringing somebody else. So as I came there, because there was a photo of Kat, I said to him, "You look like Kat." He said, "I'm one." I said to him, "Nkosiam, what's the story with you and me and all that?" So he said, "No, he has asked Mabonga to come to me because there are 2 issues he wants to raise with me."
Where were you meeting?
Beverly Hills Hotel in Durban.
The Beverly Hills Hotel.
Yes, sir. Do you know Beverly Hills?
It's a fancy hotel.
Yeah, it's a very high, it's a high-end hotel. No doubt about it. It's a high-end hotel, yeah, Beverly Hills. But we met at the dining hall there, and then he raised 2 issues. He said Mabonga must bring him to me because he realizes that he's being abused or he's being used for the political games that he do not understand. Firstly, he said he has met Minister Mchunu, him and Brown Mahosi, 3 of them. And they spoke about him because he's got money through the tender, him to fund his project of becoming either a president or deputy president. He didn't know. Myself, I didn't know which project was it. So that's that. But
So just to be clear, so he's telling you that he met with Mogotsi and with Minister
the minister,
Mchunu,
yes,
and it was about the funding
of the project of
the
becoming
project.
a president or a deputy president. Okay, this is Kat telling me why he wanted to meet me. But what puzzled him there, for him to want to meet me, he was told by the minister that we will work together so long we don't come close to Cele and Zuma. I don't know why it mixes me with Zuma. But it looks like that's what he said, that don't come close to Cele and Zuma, so we'll work well with. So that's why he says he realized that there is a game, some political games, hence wanted to see me.
Did he give any details of when they met? He met with Mogotsi and with Minister Mchunu?
No, and I did not want details myself. But he didn't. The second one was about then the raid. The raid that happened, I didn't know about the raid. As I'm saying that maybe this latter part of some members of PKTT joining Gauteng, I didn't know until Kat says to me, he wants to speak to me because he was raided. He says the people that raided him woke him up as he was sleeping and bambulingo bobati vuka. Then I realized that was a special task force. Immediately, when they come to your bathroom and they wake you up, that could be only nobody but a special task force, those capabilities. So I realized that was this. So I asked, what has happened? No, they've raided him on matters, I think on matters of accusation of drugs and all that kind of thing. So me, where do I come? No, he says, he comes to me because he realizes that he has been abused. After that, he says he has been approached by Sibiya, General Sibiya, to write an affidavit against Khumalo. So so that Khumalo can be arrested. So this cat tells me.
Which Khumalo? You know
Khumalo-
quite a few Khumalos.
No, this one,
Not Dr. Khumalo.
the head of the CI. The head of the CI, the leader of the PKTT. Yeah. He says, so why? He said, no, I've come to you because of that. But what made me really come to you is that there is a case that is coming next week where I've taken Khumalo and his team to court for unlawful raid. So the reason is that I must take Khumalo to court so that he can lose the case and the Sibia finds the way to discipline him. That is Kat telling me the story. He goes on to say he was told or stroke the affidavit of taking Khumalo was written by Sibia to say they've stolen his Rolex and the jewelry for the wife. So they must write it so that it's not just the raid, but it's also the theft. So that's why he comes to me. He says he doesn't want to take police to court because he has just got the tender. So he doesn't want to harm his relationship with police. So Mamonga told him that I know Khumalo, so I can talk to Khumalo that they resolve the matter out of court. And indeed, I did speak to Khumalo about this thing. And I guess the lawyers did talk and the matter didn't go to court. But also I suggested to him that maybe it would be good if he meets Khumalo and briefs Khumalo per se. I don't know if they did meet with Khumalo. But in the case, I know that did not go to court. So that's how I know Kat, and I wish I could not have met him, but now I have met him.
When did you speak to Lieutenant General Khumalo? Or was it after the meeting?
It had to be.
I'm looking at the time. We need to break immediately. But I will request the Honorable Sokanyile to place a question.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. No, I thought the former minister hasn't finished. If Matlala and so come to him to say that there is this for Khumalo, wrong affidavit, and Matlala has recently got the tender, then if they are saying that they've come to you to assist, they said to you, what are they going to give you? What was at stake for you, for them to assist? They didn't say anything.
No, they didn't say anything by giving me the stake, and I didn't want any stake. The issue was, again, not most by Matlala. It was by the person who knows me, who is a son of a person that we worked in the taxi industry. But there was no prize. I hope prize would have been called. But there was no prize. There was no prize of it.
Honorable Malem.
So, General, we understand you to be saying a son of a person you have known convened a meeting and did not warn you that he's coming with someone else. And you walked into a meeting and then you found him with Matlala, a face that looked familiar. And you immediately said to this face, "Are you not Kat?" And he was quick to agree that he's Kat. And they came to you that we thought you can help us with the following issues because we think you've got relationship with Khumalo. One issue is that I'm being abused or used because I got a tender of 360 million to finance a campaign of Minister Mkhunu to become either president or a deputy president. I had a meeting with them, Mkhotsi and Mkhunu, and they can only work with me if I don't bring Cele and Zuma into the picture. And then secondly, I was raided illegally. My watch was stolen and the jewelry of my wife. And Sibia wrote an affidavit for me to sign so that if Khumalo is found guilty in court, he can be disciplined internally. And then that's the way they'll find the quickest way to get rid of Khumalo into the police. And then he realizes then that I'm being used to fight internal police battles.
Yes.
And as they articulate that, nothing has been offered in exchange for you to intervene or help them. They don't say, as a result of this intervention you're going to make, you'll get this or that. They just came to you as a well-known politician, an elder to this Mpongo's son, and they thought perhaps they can get counseling, advice, and some intervention from you. Am I correct?
I believe so.
Thank you.
Yeah. But with the one, the affidavit, you say Sibia gave to Kat to sign. I don't know whether was giving words to Kat, but the affidavit was influenced by Sibia when it was developed. It could have been written by Kat, but being instructed. Even that affidavit, I'm told, it was not even because this was happening in Waterkloof. But I'm told that the affidavit was signed somewhere in Soweto. They said there was somebody that would be easy, station commander, to sign and agree with that affidavit.
Let me check. I see the hand of Honorable Sangon. Is there any other member who wants to speak so that we can close the list? Raise your hands, those who want to speak. Okay, Honorable Sangoni, Honorable Skosana, Honorable Nomvalo, you are third and the last.
No, thanks, Chair. No, just very briefly, General. Was this Rolex and the jewelry stolen or not? So was the affidavit that Matlala deposed fake? Did he lie under oath? Because when you depose an affidavit, you make an affirmation under oath. So was the jewelry and the Rolex stolen regardless of who stole it? Or in your interpretation or understanding of the issues, he deposed a fake affidavit? Thank you.
No, I remember him very well saying there was no Rolex stolen from him. I remember him saying so. That's why he raised the issue of him being. But the issue was that they had to find the way of dealing with Khumalo. That's why I always think that even the arrest of Khumalo at the later stage has got issues. They started some time trying to arrest Khumalo some time back.
May I pass, Honorable Member? Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask the former Minister, Cele, the clarity that for the first time when you met Kat was in Beverly Hills Hotel. Are you confirming that under oath?
Sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chair.
May I pass? Charlie? May I pass?
Yes, thank you.
Honorable Nomval.
Honorable Kusela copied my notes, Chair. I wanted to get some clarity on the jewelry issue, but it has been clarified.
Honorable members, I had said that we were going to break immediately, but I can see that you are gradually coming to accept that immediately is not immediately. SC, may I check if you wanted to conclude your questions before we break? The honorable members are agreeing that immediately is no longer immediate.
It's a convenient time, Honourable Chair, to take the lunch adjournment.
So you are restoring immediately.
Yes.
Thank you so much, honorable members. We will come back at 14 hours.
Chair, may I make a comment? It looks like the immediate doesn't work for the witness.
No, when we come back, I'm going to give you
No,
time.
the witness was not asked. It just conforms. Okay.
Honorable members, thank you so much. Mbangazita, let me dissolve the caucus that you have with General Cele there. We are resuming our proceedings. It's now 2 minutes after 14 hours. I'm allocating the SC 1 hour 30 minutes to conclude the questions. And then thereafter SC, we are going to break for 30 minutes between 3:30 and 16 hours. So when we come back at 16 hours, members should be ready, starting with members from the African National Congress. I will be allocating 1 hour 20 minutes for each of the, for the two speakers for each of the parties. That is inclusive of the full member and the alternate. 1 hour 20 minutes. So we will determine how far we run so that by the rise of the next day, we must have done a significant work. Thank you so much. SC, welcome back, General.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members, General Cele. We were at the meeting at the high-end Beverly Hills Hotel when you met there with Mr. Mbongoshi and Mr. Matlala.
Yes.
So when you were asked by Mr. Mbongoshi to meet, or rather, let me ask you this: did he tell you that you were going to meet someone interesting, someone of interest, someone important? What did he tell you before you went to the Beverly Hills Hotel, or did you just go with him?
Well, he wanted to see me. He's a KZN boy, so it's December, I'm sure, all in holiday. So I have met him before, Mabonga. So I have met him before. So he has not a private security company himself, Mabonga. And then he did come to me and said, look, you're out of government. If you're in Joburg, you can use my services to take you from here to there. Though I haven't used much of his services, but like a boy, I see, I've said yes the once or twice. So Mabonga was quite easy, and we have been meeting with him.
So let me just...
So when he said want to see me, no many questions will follow from me to him.
And he comes in his private jet, did you say?
Who now?
Matlala?
I don't know how it came about. I don't know how it came about.
Oh, I thought I heard you said he... Yeah.
I think it does have a private jet. I think it does have a private jet because as he speaks, he's a person that he would not have hours of coming in
waiting at the airport,
yeah,
in a lounge or in the public area, like us.
Well, I don't know. I don't know.
Not like you in the VIP lounge. But seriously, did you know of Matlala? Anything about him? Or did you know of him as a businessman, business person?
It's exactly what I'm saying, that I read about him 2 weeks before I met him, and I was saying to myself, when I continue to engage with him and I see him and I see his records, I asked myself, how did he manage to fly below radar for him to know? Because most of his kind, one would know. No, before there is a story about him on the paper and the money, I didn't know him.
But now that you met him, what was your impressions of him? I mean, you've been involved in the police. I'm sure you have a sense better than us ordinary citizens about people you interact with, and especially a sense of, what they're doing. Is it the right thing or the wrong thing, or you at least have a suspicion about something? What were your impressions?
There will be two matters here, SC. As I've said, that he has really managed to fly below the radar. As I've said, that I would know Keke, I would know people like PP and other those guys. I know people like Mashobane from Ashratville and all that. So I didn't. Now I know him. I've spoken to him. I've engaged him. I had somebody being interviewed from Mamelodi, saying he's a very good, kind person. They know he's a person that helps them. Looking at him from the very word go, remember, I've met here a person that I don't know has been arrested, has not been arrested. Looking at him, he looks a cool guy. As you definitely look at him, he looks a cool guy. Until you begin to hear, you begin to get records. For instance, I was looking at the withdrawn cases and all that kind of stuff, and I said, this one is too long. How does he manage to fly below all of us? Because withdrawn cases are done by courts. Which means the police have taken him to court.
Yes.
So, but as I've said, you begin to look him with a new eye than the person that you have ordinarily met.
Okay. Now, or did you know, or were you involved in the award of this 360 million rand Tswane contract? Because that tender was awarded during your term as Minister of Police.
Well, I think there are billions of tens that are issued from the police.
But not this big.
I don't know, but I wouldn't say it can't happen. We might come back to that. I wouldn't say it can't be that big. I think there could be big, but I don't know. But looking at the operations and things that are done, it could be some money with the tenders. For instance, I would guess that the tender of buying cars is big. I don't know how much it would be. But when police buy cars, they buy cars in a big way. I would guess so. I think the other tender that would have been big is a tender of laboratories. Once upon a time, we had a serious problem about laboratories, the DNA in South Africa. It was a mess. And you discovered that 16 contracts were not renewed. And I don't know how much it would take to renew those things. The IT is quite big, the IT with the South African police. The guns, the bullets. Remember, the bullets are not only chasing criminals. There's a lot of bullets that are used for training. So I guess that would be. But that does not reduce this, that is big. But I would not absolutely say this is the biggest. I guess they are big, but this one also, especially for the individual, is quite big.
So when you met him, you didn't know or you weren't aware that he had secured this 360 million rand tender?
Indeed, after I've read 2 weeks before I met him, I knew he had this tender.
So you did some research on him before you met him?
No, it was an article in the paper that he is the guy that is got links with Tembisa issues has again won this big tender with another government department, which happens to be the police. So it was an article somewhere. I can't remember.
I think that was the article that appeared in News 24 about Matlala.
Well, I can't remember the publication, but it was on the media.
But didn't that arouse or raise your suspicions about him? Because that's what the article suggests, is that this is a person, this is a guy, who's connected. Forgive me, I don't know exactly what the article said, but if I recall, it suggests that he is not clean, that he's shady. And here you, as a former minister of police, you go and meet such a person. And we know that he's come to meet you to ask you for assistance.
As I've said, that when I met him for the first time, I asked if he's Matlala, and I was not told by Mabonga that who am I meeting. So, again, I have read that stories, but the stories and the man that is being suspected would have to be confirmed by talking and engaging after we have engaged, rather than to say, I read the story from you and then I run away. Especially in the environment that we work. Sometimes these stories you want to follow because you want to see what else can you do to reach the other elements of what you have heard, what you have seen.
Now, you say that is when he explained that he had been approached to fund a project by someone who aims to be the ANC president or deputy president, and the Minister Mkunu's name was mentioned.
Correct.
And that Brian Mogotsi had met with him and Mr. Minister Mkunu. Why would they have mentioned that to you? You are now, even as we speak, I don't think, are you still active in the political arena? Why would they mention this specifically to you?
Who? Brown?
Matlala. Yes.
Because he says my name was mentioned. To say, we'll work well with you so long you don't work with Zuma and Cele. In that particular meeting. So that's one reason he wants to see me. He realizes that it's being abused. But the second one is an affidavit that was to be prepared to arrest Sibia.
Yes.
Not Sibia. Kumalo. General Tumsan Kumalo. Too many because there are other Kumalos that were still coming. This is Tumsan Kumalo.
Just one moment, Honorable Malema.
No, Minister, I just want you to confirm that you are still active, because the question almost suggested that you are no longer politically active.
No, politically I'm active. I'm still the member of the National Executive Committee of the ANC, and still have some activities in the province where I come from.
Okay. So
Okay.
that part of the information that Matlala was funding.
SC, just before we proceed, let me recognize the presence of the following two members of parliament Honorable Kobe from Action SA and Honorable Slepe from the MKP. Thank you so much, honorable members, for giving yourself time to join our proceedings. You may proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So that would be of interest to you. This is a bit of political information that that Matlala is funding the ambitions of someone in the party. So that would be of interest to you.
Well, surely they would, because as an active member, I would have my preferences. But this information was not invited by me. But I would not say I don't want to hear it.
Okay. So now you're actually meeting him for the first time, and you're getting this information from Matlala. Now, surely your impressions, your perception of him must be changing. What are you thinking now after hearing this?
No, there are no perceptions that are changing. I've met a person that I do not know, has given me this information, and there is an action that I need to take. The action that I need to take is that the court, Khumalo should not go to court, because Khumalo going to court is not genuine. Is to put him there. He loses the case and is disciplined, and I guess the aim is to take him out of police, especially having come from the person that I knew. They were not very close, him and Isbia. So I had to action that.
Now,
forward.
Minister,
SC, there is Honorable James behind.
Thank you, Chair. It is just a clarity-seeking question, because I recall posing a question yesterday to Minister Senzo, asking him if he had met with Brown and with Kat to discuss a certain project about a campaign for president or deputy president. I told him that's part of your testimony, and he said it's a blatant no. So just clarity, because I heard you touching on it. Did you now say that Kat told you that there was indeed a meeting where Minister Senzo was present with Brown and himself?
And they spoke about the project.
And spoke about the project for the ANC
Yes, it did.
president, indeed.
Yes, it
And
did.
the minister denied it yesterday.
Well, he really did tell me that.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
May we proceed? Honorable James, are you okay? May we proceed? Thank you. SC?
thank you, Honorable Chair. General, you have so much of experience in the police portfolio. You're sitting opposite a very well-heeled person in a high-end hotel who's asking you to collude with him effectively to defeat the ends of justice. He's asking you for a favor to make sure that one of your best, maybe our best, police officers, Khumalo, must not conclude an investigation into him. Why didn't you get up and say, but I didn't come here for this. This is objectionable. This is outrageous. How did you respond to that?
Did I hear well when I said I spoke to Matlala to stop Khumalo investigating?
Yes.
No.
But I'm sorry, General, just so that you understand what I'm asking or putting to you clearly.
Okay.
what he's asking you is to break the law when he says you must do something for him. And he's telling you, you know, what Sabia wants to do. This involves very much the PKTT on the one hand and the Gauteng syndicate on the other hand, involving Molefe, Matlala, and he's sitting right in front of you.
SC, I don't know Matlala as we meet at Beverly.
Yeah.
By the way, Beverly is high end, but I eat breakfast every Sunday there. So to me, it's quite next door to me. Secondly, he doesn't talk to me about stopping him being raided or arrested. He talks to me being approached to do things so that Khumalo can be arrested.
Yes.
That's hence the affidavit to say Khumalo did not just raid, it was illegal, but not only that, the theft. Is Matlala working or through Sbia that is taking Khumalo to court? But Matlala does not want to face Khumalo in court because he doesn't want to jeopardize the relationship with the police since he has this tender from the police. It would be good, then Matlala realizes that it's being abused or used to achieve other ends rather than what was there as a raid on that particular day. So Matlala raises the issue that he would love that the matter that is going to court could be settled out of court, because going to court is not genuine. Going to court is to make sure that Khumalo is found wanting, that he will lose the case that he was unlawful. If then Khumalo loses the case, somebody who happens to be Sbia will then put discipline to him and be able to take him out of, or punish him or take him out of the organization.
Yes, General, it sounds to me, and I may not be alone in this room thinking like what I'm going to tell you, that he wants to draw you into a conspiracy to neutralize Khumalo. That's what it's about ultimately. Now, perhaps at the time, it didn't occur to you, or you weren't conscious of it.
No.
Because to be fair, because you then suggest, well, you must have a meeting with Khumalo, isn't it? Let me just read from your affidavit so that I don't put words in your mouth. You said, I advised Mr. Matlala that he needed to meet with Lieutenant General Khumalo to discuss the matter.
Indeed.
And the charges he was instructed to bring against him and the team that had raided his property on 6 December 2014. Now you, especially as Minister of Police, former Minister, better informed than the ordinary person, it's at least alleged that he's involved in criminal activity. And you would expect, especially that Khumalo was involved in the raid on his house on the 6th of December. So you should have been more aware than most of us that Matlala is trying to induce you to do something which is not lawful.
Well, SC, maybe that's correct. But my angle is that at the end of the day here is Khumalo who's going to pay last victim. And that is what I could not agree with. Hence, I got involved because if Khumalo loses the case that is going to court next week, is getting disciplined. But if the case, that's why Matala meeting Khumalo is to brief him about what Sibia has conspired against Khumalo. My angle is not saying don't raid Matala. My angle is that, if anything, which I did not know that Matala is being investigated and all that kind of thing. But I've got no angle of Matala. My angle is this Khumalo who is put on a trap of going to court, understanding that it's taking somebody, and is not him, by the way, SC. It's not Khumalo that is taking Matala to court. It's Matala who's taking Khumalo to court for unlawful, which does not come from him, which he has been pushed through. So my angle here is that we can't have Khumalo that will go to court and lose and then get out of the system. That's my angle on this matter. But I don't deny that looking at this under angle would have benefited Matala on it. But my sole focus here is that nobody should take Khumalo to court, not genuinely so, but to make sure that Khumalo becomes a victim at the end of the day.
Well, it also relates to a huge tender, 360 million rand tender that had been awarded to him. And now he says, look, I don't want this award to be prejudiced or, as it turned out, terminated because of my involvement in this issue involving Khumalo, involving Sabia, the fight between them. So please help me out. That's the nub of this story here.
Well,
that's why you're being called to this meeting.
Well, two things. Indeed, if this contract is not cancelled, it will benefit, no doubt about it. But that's not my angle. My angle is that Khumalo, I don't know what Kholelo part is, but is not glued to the problem. Khumalo, my angle here and my gist of here, I want to believe that if there was no Khumalo and him going to court about this matter would have ended there. Even if maybe it was a raid from other people that I do not know, I would not have pursued. The issue here for me, SC, is Khumalo.
But we know you didn't go and speak to Khumalo about it.
I did speak to Khumalo.
When? Afterwards?
Yes, I did.
Because I would have thought you would have said, look, hold it.
No.
Because now you only have one side of the story.
No, I did.
From Matlala.
I did speak to Khumalo.
Yes.
About his going to court, and going to court is this what Matlala says as planned with Sibia. Hence, Sibia pushes Matlala to take Khumalo to court. So I did. And Khumalo was going to raise it with his lawyers to see how it go about. Because the issue now was that him being taken to court is not genuine that he's being taken to court because of illegal, but he's being taken to court so that he becomes a victim and takes out of the system. But I did speak to Khumalo. What I do not know is that if Khumalo did speak to Matala, I don't know that. But the case was dropped, and I guess lawyers did speak. But whether Khumalo did speak to Matala, because Khumalo would have known more about the raid and pursuance of Matala than me. Maybe without telling me, he would not speak to. But I did suggest that what Matlala is briefing me about, he must brief Khumalo. I did say so.
But it's still, even after this meeting or this encounter, and after you had spoken to Khumalo, surely, or let me just pause at that point. After you spoke to Khumalo, after this meeting, did Khumalo not explain to you why the raid happened?
No, he didn't.
Didn't you ask him about it?
No, I didn't ask about the raid, and he didn't tell me about the raid, why they were raiding.
But I thought that was the whole reason why Matlala wanted you to intervene and speak to Khumalo. He's not telling you, and I'm reading from paragraph 69, you said, Mr. Matlala explained that Lieutenant General Sabia had written an affidavit on his behalf, alleging that during the raid on his home, Mr. Matlala's Rolex watch was stolen by members of the PKTT, seconded to the Gauteng County Intelligence Operations. However, the Rolex was in Mr. Matlala's possession and had not been stolen. So I thought you would tell Khumalo, look, this is what I've been told.
My angle here was that Khumalo was being lured to trouble. To say taking him to court has got nothing to do with illegality of the raid, but is used as a transit towards his being disciplined, because he will have to lose the case in court, and then his seniors, which happens to be, because he reports to this Deputy National Commissioner who is Sibisi, who is this interior motive of sending Matlala. But Matlala says, now I realize that I'm being used. So please tell Khumalo that it's not me, it's Sibia. So the case that is taken by Matlala, he wants to drop it so that Khumalo is not taken to this grinding machine by Sibia through Matlala. I'm saying the angle of me talking and entertaining this matter is that angle of Khumalo telling him that is not Matlala, but there is somebody behind Matlala.
Honorable Nomvalo.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I just need some clarification from the General. I think if I heard him correctly, he said that Matlala made an indication to him that he is worried that if he continues with laying a charge against Khumalo, that might put his contract, or it might expose his contract to danger. Now, what I need clarity on, General, is what were you concerned about here? Were you concerned about Matlala losing a tender, or Khumalo being unfairly treated? I just need clarity on that.
Maybe let's repeat the words of Matlala to say, I don't want to go in conflict with the police because I don't want to lose. I don't want the conflict with the police because I have this contract. So I don't want to lose because I'm fighting with the police. I'm saying, Honorable Member, my consent was Khumalo issue being taken to this machine with an understanding that he needs to lose at the end of the day. But I'm not denying that Matlala himself could have benefited in that process of saving his contract. But that's not the main issue here. The main issue is Khumalo that is taken to court, and he must lose the court and that discipline and taken out of the system.
I'll pursue it during my turn, Chair.
Thanks, Honourable Chair. General Cele, did I understand you to say that you read this News 24 article about Matlala before the meeting?
Yes.
Okay. Now that article is at page 71. It's BC 8.
Page
70.
81.
Yeah, BC 8, 71 and 72. Yeah.
Yes, I'm there.
So before you met with Matlala, you would have had some idea of who this is.
Yes, after reading this article.
And this article is what one can describe as quite unflattering.
Quite
Unflattering.
unthreatening.
Yeah. We're not going to, we've had a lot of the dictionary in this hearing so far. It's an article which is not kind to Mr. Matlala.
Oh, yes.
It portrays him as someone who is involved in murky dealings. Of course, I don't rely on this article for what's contained in it. But if I had to read this article before meeting someone, and I do meet him, even if I didn't know I was going to meet him, I'd probably jump up immediately and leave. I mean, this is just randomly look at it's about the Tembisa Hospital fraud investigation. He's now entangled in a case involving the kidnapping of a woman and a child. Then it talks about following a raid on his home. Then in court papers, so he's involved there. There's the 360 million. Then it talks about Kobile, Dikhale, and her 9-year-old son were abducted. And then it ends with with a reference to the late Babita Deokaran, the late but famous whistleblower. But 3 weeks after that, she was killed. So the whole thrust of the article, quite frankly, portrays him as a dark character.
I agree.
You met with him?
Maybe, let's see, we don't come from the same world of understanding matters. I said to you, the call comes from prison. It tells me that in a certain lodge at Ulundi, there are people who are sitting there with the AKs, and they are ready to kill this ex-Ingos. And I say, I speak to provincial commissioner. He goes there and says, he finds the information as is. I could have said to a person who's calling from prison, don't phone me. Don't call me. And Inkosi dies.
Okay.
If there are few criminals, that you would know, they are top. If that criminal phones you, he phones me, and I know him, to say, SCRNs will be assassinated, and I say, look, you are a criminal. Don't phone me, don't talk to me about any other things. And you are assassinated. And I come to tell the story that, by the way, this criminal phoned me. and I did not do anything. I agree. There are meetings that you would do. Let me tell you one story of a person that I met who is a king of Zamazamas. Actually, there are two Zamazamas. One, I forget his surname, is a Soto guy because this guy, Zamazamas are mostly are also run from Lesotho. I met him. Later, that guy is arrested, but he was to meet me to give me information. Okay. The second thing that could not be made direct. There is a guy called LL. I don't know if you know a guy called LL. SC. His name is Louis Lubenberg. He's a king of Zamazamas. He cleans diamonds and everything. He's millions and millions. He funds MKP. Maybe finds Baba and through him MKP because he paid 500,000. He paid 500,000 for the case for the private case to be taken to court. I think taking case privately, you pay. He paid that money. And he has been arrested. He's in prison as I speak for running diamond. He has appeared in court, and MK has been in court supporting him every day when he goes to court. Now, I don't know whether they don't know that, but the crux of the matter is that you can meet somebody and get later how deep that person is. But if you work in security, SC, you can't say, I can't meet you, because that kind of information from that person could be the lifesaver of many other things. So understand where I come from. By the way, I do meet criminals. I do. And the information can be broader used than not having met him. Others, there are those that are obvious, like the Cape Town one. Really, I can't meet Medoc. I can't meet Nassif. I can't meet those guys. But those, because you know how far have they gone, it might not help you. You can even, those guys say, meet so and so and send the officer to that person. But some of these guys will refuse to say, I am not going to give this information because if I give this information to somebody different, it might come back to bite me. But this is a world that we live in from the work that we are doing or we were doing SC.
So, if because of time, General, if I can just move on. So, you met Matlala again several times after that?
Yes.
Why?
This question of politics, Matlala, me, and Mkhunu has come on play. Because Matlala begins to feed me things that either Mohodzi or Mkhunu, they are fitting to him. Basically, some of them, they are targeted to Khumalo. I must come up front. I've worked with Khumalo. I've seen his work. I think I don't know his dark side, but he's one, if he does have one, but he's one corp that I will protect. Khumalo is one corp that I'll protect. So, and it's like Mkhwanazi himself. For me, he remains a good cop. People that have asked that he has spoken things about you. I said, separate a good cop to the human being, because that is a good cop. It doesn't mean he's a perfect human being. We can come back to that. But there are those people that I will protect, knowing very well how much are they contributing towards the proper working of the organization called the police, but also knowing very well that if they get hurt, it might hurt the organization. So if I have any way of protecting and helping on that, I will do. And Khumalo is one of those people. So Matala kept coming with information about me and about Khumalo. So if he says, there is something new that has come up, here it is, I will definitely go and listen. That will include, don't know if I'm going too far. That will include him telling me that he has been given an article, SC.
Yes, listening.
He has been given an article that's talk about me and Masimula. That article is a 2012 article from a guy called Pandey. Pandey was arrested in KZN for the inflation of the accommodation of 2010 accommodation. So now it goes Matlala stroke Mkhotsi. But the theory of them getting is that Matlala tells me that Mkhunu is preparing to arrest me for having got in the corruption of the 2010 tender. Here is an evidence. Somebody will have to tell me how does that article find its way, either Mkhotsi stroke Matala. But looks, the theory of it is that Matala is being assured that Cele will be arrested. Remember, by now, it is known that by Mkhunu that Matala links with Cele, but Matala has been told that he should not mix up with Cele. So now he is told that this article will make me to arrest your man.
So why would Minister Mkhunu want you to be arrested?
You can answer that best.
Sorry, General.
You can answer that best.
But this is what you're hearing from Matlala?
Yes.
So he also peddles this information about Minister Mkhunu, about Toshan Pandey. So this is all part of this.
That article arrests me and Masimula because we were involved in corruption of 2010. So this is 2025. This article came in 2012, where this guy made the claim. Now it finds its way to Matala stroke Mkhotsi.
And you say in paragraph 74 of your statement that after that first meeting, there were several other encounters with Mr. Matlala in which he explained this project. Is that the project involving Mkhotsi and Minister Mkhunu?
Of him becoming
Yes.
a president or deputy president.
Yeah, which he's working
I don't
on.
know which one, but Matlala also didn't know whether it's president or deputy president.
So you can't recall exact dates of these meetings or encounters?
No, definitely. Remember, SC, I'm not working now. I don't have the diary where these things checking. I'm no more working. I'm not in the government. I'm just a South African. So I'm not going to be checking the date. When do I see you? And I don't have any PA to ask. When did Matlala? PA is not even there to talk about Matlala. So really, if you want me dates, I'll struggle to get dates. When even this one of coming here now, I was reminded by my wife, So she still helps me. But I didn't tell her about
You didn't send
Matlala's
her
wife.
WhatsApp?
No, I didn't tell her about Matlala's date.
Okay. Now, or give us more or less, give us a month. January, February, March of 2025. You can't remember which month you met?
Meeting him.
Yes. After the Beverly Hills.
I think we did meet in January. I think we did meet in January.
Okay.
I think we did meet in January.
All these encounters.
No, not all these encounters. Not the encounters. The encounters were intense in January after we've met, the Kumalo thing, and at a certain given point, I don't know when, the issue of the irregular tender then comes. Maybe one major thing that happens here, Mabonga died. Mabonga, the person who links me and it dies, is gets shot at a place called Low in Gauteng. Mabonga was a rash guy, almost close to the dead, and Bangazita would know his father. So was a very rash guy. I remember that I was told that the day he was shot, he was with 12 bodyguards. He died with 2 bodyguards in Sentin. So while I speak to Kat, Mabonga is part of facilitation of the meetings. Okay. Now, as Mabonga dies, I don't have number for Kat, and it doesn't have number for me. And the one question that was asked by the journalist is that Kat is my friend. He asked 2 things: that is my friend and a business partner. That is a News 24 journalist. I said to the journalist, I don't have a friend called the Cat. I don't know his house. I don't know his wife. He doesn't know my house. He doesn't know my wife. Doesn't know my family and all. So it can't be my friend. He's an acquaintance because we talk to him about issues. Secondly, the journalist argues that he sent the message to the management of Capitac, where he has this flat stroke penthouse, saying to the management, this is my friend, Bheki Cele is my friend and a business partner. If he comes there, please open the place to sleep. I must admit, SC, it would be nice to get a free place to sleep. It would be nice to go to Pretoria and sleep free when you don't work. Even if you work, you would have taken it, but then report and declare that has happened. But it's not true that I'm his business partner. I say to the journalist, that's an easy question to deal with. Go to the register, those people, property, and those register business. Pull where I've registered as a business partner and say, you are a business partner of Matala. So don't ask me something that you can prove very easy. So, simply put, I did say to journalists, he's not my friend, I'm not the business partner. So, I must raise an issue here. about the journalist. I guess he's a good journalist, but I wonder if he's not having a narrative in this matter. Whatever narrative that comes from. For instance, the journalist phones me and says, "You have phoned Matlala 10 times. I says, "Yes, I have." And he says, "You have sent him messages." I said, "No, I don't send messages." But the journalist writes the story of 10 times, he used terms frantic, whatever. But he also says, "I have had 100 times encounter through the messages." When I've told the journalist that I don't send the messages, that's the first one that I begin to say, this journalist, and we had a problem because not as honorable member Cameroon. He was treating me like a schoolboy, this journalist. And we have a serious encounter. When the journalist come back to me now to write the story of the meeting with Kat at Zimbabwe, because I had a meeting with Kat at Zimbabwe.
You met him on the 18th of March
Yes.
at Zimbabwe.
Yes, at
So
Zimbabwe.
you've met him again.
Let me take Honorable Malema. I think he has a follow-up on the statement that you have made, General.
Thanks, Chair. General, Mabonga, apart from being known as a child...
Come again, that.
Mabonga.
Okay, Mabong.
Yeah, Mabonga.
Yes.
Apart from being known as a child of some taxi, what, in KZN, he was a well-known thug in Gauteng, a criminal of note. Was that known to you at that time?
Well, I know that he has been arrested at some time. Criminal of note, not exactly, but arrested. Yes, I know that he had a criminal record, honorable member.
Proceed, Essie.
Sorry, you met Mr. Matlala several times since. And you also were made aware of an email. Sorry, it's because you don't send WhatsApps. It's a WhatsApp.
Okay.
From Brown Mogotsi on the 22nd of January, where he says, and I'm just reading, it's on page 27 of the annexures. Sorry, it's in the body of your affidavit, sorry. On page 27. So it's Mogotsi to Matlala. You'll see the name Dlamini, but that's also another name for Matlala. Yeah. So you'll see at are you okay?
SC, I want to bring in Honorable Nomvalo just before you start.
Yeah, no, I just need some clarification, Chair, because I don't want to assume that the minister meant what he wrote here on his affidavit, because he might write something and say something else which does not accord with what he has written here. When he was saying that it would have been nice to sleep in a free accommodation, was he actually confirming that indeed he slept in Matlala's apartment?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Sleep.
So, okay.
Yeah, I did twice.
Oh, you slept twice. Okay, thank you.
Are you fine?
Fine, Chair.
Thank you. SC, let's proceed.
I was trying to follow a sequence, Honourable Chair, and get there. But I was still, General, referring you to page 27 of your statement, which is this.
Page 27.
Yeah, what's up from Matlala. This is a WhatsApp from Mokhotsi to Matlala on the 22nd of January this year.
Page 27
Yeah.
on my main statement.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you'll see in that WhatsApp you are mentioned there several times. In the first paragraph, there's reference to the 26 million tender, and they state here, it must be a mistake, but it says current Minister of Police Bheki Cele's signature is on the tender approval documents. But your signature is on the tender approval documents right at the end. But on the 25th of January, you weren't the current Minister of Police.
No, this document is when I was a National Commissioner, not Minister. It's when I was a National Commissioner in 2010,
sorry.
dealing with the accommodation of the police for 2010.
Thank you for correcting me.
I was signing documents as a National Commissioner, not as a Minister.
Yeah, and because they go on to talk about in collusion with the current National Police Commissioner, General Masimula.
Masimula was head of policing, visible policing then.
Let me rather jump to the end of this WhatsApp, which says Cele was putting a lot of pressure for the then acting commissioner, Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, to finalize these appointments. So just explain what this is all about. Is this the 2010?
What is happening? Can you read again?
At the bottom of the WhatsApp, Cele was putting a lot of pressure for the then acting commissioner, Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, to finalize these appointments. It was during this meeting whereby they all struck a deal that Balushan and Perumal will make all the aforementioned cases to disappear, as well as Cele will be protected from prosecution for the 2010 World Cup tender corruption.
Where is Cele this time? Mkhwanazi is acting because Cele is suspended.
Where in his references?
Mkhwanazi is acting because Cele is suspended.
Yeah, no.
Now, Cele from suspension, runs from suspension to come and put pressure on the acting National Commissioner to work on this thing.
No, it appears that they are reviving this issue of the 2010 tender, which you're aware of.
I'm aware of
You're aware of that tender. But they're reviving that, and this is what you say in your affidavit at at paragraph 76. I understand that this was the text message that was to be used to try and bring charges against me. I do not know why bringing charges against me was part of the project discussed by Minister Nkunu and Brown Mokhotsi with Mr. Matlala. Since I'm no longer involved in government, I suspect, however, that it may relate to my continued involvement in politics in KZN, which is relevant for the upcoming ANC election.
I affirm. That's my statement.
But isn't the real reason why they, if it is the case that they want to draw you, suck you into this by reviving 2010 stuff, that they wanted you to put pressure on General Khumalo and his ongoing investigations into, amongst others, Matlala, Molefe, Mogotsi, this whole syndicate?
I said, don't go too far. I don't know Mogotsi, I don't know Molefe. I know Matlala. So if you pull them together, I might get confused because I don't know.
But you know, you've met Matlala. And,
yeah.
yes, and he's telling you that.
But I don't know Molefe.
Yeah.
I've seen him getting the bail now and again. I've read that he has been arrested in London, but he still gets the bail after bail after bail. So, yes, and stories how he gets the bail, that somebody was paid for the bail and the police knew that he was going to pay so long he pays that person. So I don't know. I don't know Mogotsi either. I only know that he comes from Mahikeng. This thing, it might be an issue, remains a suspicion to me, that is got to do with the processes of the African National Congress conference. But a person who can affirm what's an issue is a person who wants me arrested using this 2012 and sending these things and promising Matlala that I'll be arrested soon. So that's a person that can explain. Yeah. My could be the suspicion that maybe the suspicion that I'm not supporting the cause of somebody becoming a president or deputy president. Maybe I'm supporting other people. That one is mine. I'm not going to tell you.
Yeah. They say you must disclose that you're under oath. Okay, let's just move on. But you meet Matlala again in March. On the 18th of March, you meet him at Zimbabwe Estate, also in Durban.
Indeed.
And then you go on to say at paragraph 77, initially believed we were meeting at his residence, but I later learned that Hlangwani Morgan Maumela owned the property. Mr. Maumela is currently the subject of an investigation by the Hawks and the SIU concerning the extraction of 2.3 billion from Tembisa Hospital.
Okay.
At the time you say of the visit to you were unaware that it was actually belonged to Mr. Maumela. I received numerous queries from a journalist, Jeff Wicks, concerning my relationship with Maumela. I can confirm that I do not have any relationship with Maumela.
I meet Matlala because now we're engaged on this presidential thing and me and all that, but talk other things. One thing that took me aback in the meeting of Zimbabwe is when I saw his protection guys. And I began to say that looks like there are faces I know here. What nearly made me fall down is when he told me that some of those guys, 23 of them, has recruited them from Special Task Force of the Army. I said to myself, what is this? He has taken 23 of the Special Task Force of the Army to guard him.
They're even recruiting some of our best, highly trained officers.
Let's see, I'm giving you the story that scared me. Why I'm scared of this story is because I've spoken to Nhlanhla earlier on, and gave me the information that we have lost 56 members of the Special Task Force of Police to the taxi industry. 56. Now, I'm told that to train one member of the Special Task Force is 1.1 million to be all-rounder. One. We have lost 56 to the taxi industry. Maybe there where I threaten you of knowing. But I've got two issues here. That I can't have such a production to the private security. That's the first fear. The second fear is that looks like we're increasing the capabilities of the private security versus the state. Because I don't care how many we send, there will be a serious battle between 56 guys in the taxi industry with the 20 guys you send of the Special Task Force. So it's something that must be,
Yes, General?
It's something that must be corrected, Chair. Indeed, Masimula and me, we engage the taxi guys in KZN to say, bring back our men. They say, we pay them better. We pay them better. Talk to them. I say, guys, can you go back home? They say, Minister, we love the page. National Commission, we love the page, but we don't eat the page. Maybe that's one thing that we'll have to see what we do with our people that have high capabilities so that we keep them in a proper way. Maybe that's one case that as legislators will deal with. So I go back, Commissioner and I will go back and we discuss. We say, Commissioner, we have a leeway here of dealing with this 56. We had 3 meetings with them. The last meeting was in HR where we were preparing to bring them back. Not all of them that came back, but a big chunk came back. The leeway was that special task guys, both Army and police, they have a special allowance. The special allowance started same level, both of them, at 6,000 some years ago. Soldiers have moved to quite a high, I don't know whether to say the figure where they've moved. They've moved there as a special allowance. And the police have stayed there at the bottom. So we agreed with the National Commission that move them up where they are, which is more than 20,000 from 6,000. And then agreed, and they said, Minister, with pleasure, if you're taking care of us, we'll go back home. By the time I left, so they were being processed, quite several of them, they were going back to the police. Well, I heard Minister Mkhunu said he has fixed the matters of the special forces. No, that process started when it was there. But it was going to start with special forces, goes with the NIU and the CATS. CATS are not too many, and then goes to the TROT, that few that are still there. Now, with that process, SC, comes information that 23 of the Army now are in the payroll of a private guy called Matlala. Anyway, I began to see them at the funeral, Honorable Malema. I began to see them at the funeral where we were together. I said, I know these voices, but at that funeral, there were more guns and flowers.
Which funeral is that?
That was Mswazi. The guy called Mswazi Mnisi was a taxi guy. So there were more guns and flowers. And I said to them, what is everyone you were hitting?
It's Guns and Roses.
Maybe guns, but there were more guns. So because it was a big guy in the taxi industry, many of of taxi guys, they came with helicopters in that funeral. They did not drive. Honorable Julius will remember there were many helicopters. I asked some of them, why did you use helicopters? They say no, because he was buried in his farm. You had to drive through the bush. So it was not any other thing, was to make sure that they go there. So you could see that this private security is taking the capabilities of the state. So somebody had to do something with it. And Matlala is part of him increasing his own private capability. I don't know where that is arrested now. I don't know where those guys are that have left the special task force of the army. Remember, while they train similar, but when chips are really down, those are the guys that you bring in. And they're in the private hand.
Yeah, so General, what you describe is most disturbing, isn't it? It's high level crime, sophisticated, even buying off or inducing some of our top police and army, specially trained officers, to actually employ them on their side. And obviously they're involved in what is clearly a criminal enterprise. Do you agree with that?
No, I don't have that evidence that they're involved in what is criminal.
For what purpose would they want these people to be surrounded by people that's heavily
they call
armed?
them their protectors, but it's not only them here, SC, that could be blamed. The state also must take some form of responsibility. You can't train those people. I usually call them human machines and don't take care of them. I blame them for going and all that. I don't know what are they taught to do in the private arm, but the state will have to look at them. You train me highly, you keep me highly. Simple and straightforward.
So just to continue, what I think, what emerges from...
Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted clarity from the witness. The Cat Matlala, you said you met him in Beverly Hills in December last year, if I remember well.
Correct.
And then you say at the funeral, if I hear you well, hence I'm looking for a clarity from you. There were a lot of guns than flowers. And was Matlala there?
No, I didn't see him.
So the security company, you don't know what security company was there?
There were many taxi guys. These guys are split. Those taxis, they just take. I think they pay them well. But they are not taken by one taxi boss. They're taken by many. So a person that, and I'm sure you know the person that was being buried there.
Yeah, I know he is.
Yeah, I'm sure you know him very well. I'm sure you know him very well. I'm sure you also know a person that is at war with.
Yeah,
you know him too. So that is buried. So all these guys, they come because I guess everybody that is in the taxi industry knew in that particular day who was buried. I was there in the funeral. The Honorable Malema was there. Honorable Figile Mbalule was there. And the three of us, we spoke at the funeral. We all spoke at the funeral. So it was a very high profile. I haven't checked, but I might suspect that Matlala could be there, but I don't have that information, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Chair.
You may proceed, SC.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. So, Minister, you seem to suggest that it's understandable that some of these initially or former police officers, military officers, highly trained, at 1.2 million rand a shot that taxpayers spend on training them, that it's understandable that they cross the floor and go and work for these syndicates because they get more pay, and that, are you saying that we should, to stop this, we should pay our officers more? Is this one of the ways in which we can stop this criminal activity? And why do you? I think you also mentioned that that you went back to actually negotiate the return of some of these officers back, to integrate them back into the police force.
I would not agree with you.
A huge risk.
I would not agree with you that they work for syndicates. Especially the police task force are recruited by the taxi industry. Those are not syndicates. There might be a lot of criminality there, but to call the taxi industry syndicates, having not have that information, will be a problem. There is one thing I know with the taxi industry, is a lot of death and a lot of guns on it. I said I was a provincial MEC for transport. I spend a lot of time dealing with them. So I would sit with you here, SC, have a meeting, and then I say tomorrow we'll come back and finish the meeting, and your chair will be empty. Next day, your chair will be empty because you are gone forever. So that's what happens with that industry. Anybody who understands that industry is a brutal. There is a question they ask there. If you want to buy taxis, do you have a stick to protect the job? That's a gun. So if you are going to be in the taxi industry, you must have a gun too. That's how it goes. So I would not then say taxi industry are syndicates, but I wouldn't say that those recruited by those that are associated with syndicates like Matala are not abused and used for that. But I would not sit here and say taxi industry guys are syndicates.
May we take Honorable Malem?
Minister, you'll agree that there is a difference between personal protectors and inkabi. Because when a person is employed to look after you as a high profile or a taxi person, that person does exactly that. And there are people who are hired to kill people. And that is the purpose of hiring inkabi, for that purpose. Am I correct?
You are correct, Honorable Member, but it does happen that the very same protectors are used sometimes as inkabi and come back to their job. But there is a pool of people that are there just calling their price. There is that group of people. So that's why, and there are people that genuinely protect their principals. They call them their principals, even in taxi industry and all that. And I would not call those people syndicates.
Thank you. Yeah, perhaps I shouldn't generalize, and I certainly don't or didn't intend to portray the whole of the taxi industry. They are organized. We know here in Cape Town anyway, where I stay, there's two, Kudeta and Kutesa, and the two organizations. So they are organized. But obviously it would be irresponsible to say they're involved in organized crime. They are however involved in a fierce battle, but they do also a great public service transporting our people. But it was more in the context of this picture that this narrative that comes from your evidence, that you meet this high-powered guy in December, a guy, just knows about this raid with one of your top, when you were minister, one of your top policemen, General Kumalo, wants you to do a favor, and then you meet him. You've read this article about him, and clearly I think you had agreed it doesn't paint a nice picture about him, at the very least. Raises suspicions.
I would agree.
And then you go to a funeral, and then you go to Zimbabwe, and then you didn't know that this is another, well, according to the media anyway, notorious person's house. So Minister, you either you unwittingly, unknowingly are drawn into this web of dark criminality, or you go in there with your eyes open. Which one is it?
Let me again put some light on it. Funeral has got nothing to do with Ket Matala. So I didn't go to the funeral because of Ket Matala and all that. It was Mr. Mnisi, called Swazi, who died in hospital. So because I have worked with him in dealing with the problem of taxi industry. So as a person I know. So it's got nothing to do with Matlala at that particular time. Though I have learned SC and Honorable Malem, that his security has also looked after Mswas of Ket Matlala, which puts a clash between Matlala and Joe. I'm sure we know Joe. And Joe, it comes from there. And they all come from Mpumalanga. They all come from Mpumalanga. That's why he knows them. He knows them very well. And there would be issue, and there would be stories about them. And even the Honorable Skosana would know these stories, but we still meet them. But we know the stories. We know the story of Ucho Nsibanyon, that everybody talks, but we still meet and we still talk. But I want to go to Zimbabwe, because the article says I went to, who's the guy, Maumela, yeah. He says I went to the house of Maumela, and then Maumela gave me the code. I don't know why would you dramatize having a code of entering Zimbabwe, because in Zimbabwe you enter with code. Now, why should it come as a secret weapon that you had a code? Anybody who goes to Zimbabwe enters through the code of the owner there. And then I go there to talk, and then I'm in this beautiful house, the beach house.
It looks like you, since your retirement, you're living it up.
Not necessarily.
You in high-end Beverly Hills,
I saw it
Zimbabwe.
once. No, Zimbabwe, I've been there several times, not because of... I've gone there to see many people. Minister Nkosazana sometimes stay there. I used to go there. The king has stayed there. I've gone to... So it's nothing wonderful about seeing Ket at Zimbabwe. I have been in Zimbabwe to see people. I've had conferences at Zimbabwe, one of the top hotels and all that. But the story I want to make, the journalist leaves the message to say, I went to see Ket at Zimbabwe, which is not a secret. It's not a secret, it's got nothing to secret. And then he writes something to say the house was Maumela. I didn't know. The house Kat told me that he had 2 houses in Zimbabwe. So this is one of these houses. So I heard it from the journalist that the house was Maumela. But the journalist accuses me. He writes the message and he says, the journalist says to me, I don't want to talk to you. I still have those messages. I don't want to talk to me. Write down. I have told the journalist before that I don't write. The journalist is trapping me. He wants me to write. I told him that I don't write, but he says this time, I don't want to speak to you. I'll not write. I don't write. I phoned the journalist 10 times. I phoned the journalist 10 times. He's got 10 missed calls, which are dramatic with Matlala, but he doesn't write that I phoned him 10 times, not finding him, the journalist. And the journalist goes to point 3, raised 3 points. Point 3 says he is aware and the fact that I have benefited from who's this guy? Benefited from Maumela. I've stayed in his house. I was in his house. I've been driven around. I don't know Maumela. I go back after I came back from the 10 calls. I go back to say, why do you say I know Maumela? Said, I really know that you don't know, so I retract that. But he has written the story. He has written the story, the journalist.
Okay.
Maybe Mkhwanazi is correct on that one, and I concur with that journalist. They develop some kind of narratives that they want to be there. That journalist, he knows the journalist, what he has done. And ever since, he has not written the story, has not come back to me. But he didn't write the story. He sent an apology to me. He sent, the journalist sent an apology to me to say he made a mistake to say I know Maumela. He meant that I know Matlala. And that journalist knows long time ago that I know Matlala. Why would he make that? He believed that I'm not going to answer and was going to write the story of me moving around with Maumela, creating narratives.
Thanks, Chair. General, you don't write or you can't write. You are just unable to construct a paragraph. Both. Okay.
No. If you say I can't write, no, I can write, but I can't write the SMS message.
Okay, thanks.
Julius, Honorable Julius only knows that Massimula can't write the English. So
it looks like it's a general problem in the service. We need to look at it on how do we give support.
It's not a general problem, it's a problem of generals. Honorable Mali.
General, were you not a teacher at some point?
Yes, I used to teach.
So you are a teacher by profession?
Yes.
So you used to write?
At the blackboard.
At the chalkboard.
It was green that time. I used to write on the thing. So there were no gadgets during my teaching.
You can only write with chalk, with a crayon.
Yeah, the chalk
on
and
the board.
the dust and all that. Yeah.
I have given you until 4. Yourself, until 4.
Uninterrupted.
Yeah, uninterrupted.
General, can we just deal with some of the further allegations against you in relation to Mr. Matlala? Now, you say at paragraph 78.1 that you left government in June 2024, and of course these days like you already said at the outset here today, any travel and accommodation is at your own expense. But that, so when Mr. Matlala offered you the use of his penthouse when you were in Pretoria, you took up his offer?
Yes.
But that was when you were now a private citizen,
Yes.
not in your when you were still
I've
Minister of Police.
long left the government. Left the government June. This is January.
How many times did you visit his penthouse?
Twice.
Stay twice. So at paragraph 78, you say that it is reported that Mr. Malala sent a message to the staff of his penthouse on 27 January 2025. As you said yourself, everything seemed to happen in January, in which he stated the following: "Good day, can you do me a favor? There is a friend of mine who's also a business partner. He is former Minister of Police, Bheki Cele. When he's in Pretoria, can you please ask management to inform the staff at the front desk to grant him access to my penthouse?"
Well, I think I've spoken to that, especially the journalist did ask me, because this is from the journalist. The journalist did ask me of being a business partner. I said to the journalist, that is the easiest thing to check. You go and check the registration of the, you register with who? With intellectual property, blah, blah, to be business. Check that if there is any business registered in my name. And come and show me that. Don't ask that from me. And I said, I don't have any business that I run. Secondly, I'm not a friend to Matlala. I met Matlala in December. So he is my acquaintance, but a friend in December and already a friend in January, that would be taking it too far. We are not a friend. I know him, acquaintance. There are matters that we talk about. I don't know his house. He doesn't know my house. I don't know. I only know him. I guess he only knows me. So friends would know more than that per that person. So I deny. I don't agree that he's my friend. He's my acquaintance. I will stand by that.
We're going to add the word friend now to the lexicon of the ad hoc committee.
Immediately.
Immediately.
No word will
Comrade,
be, no
associate,
word,
friend.
no word will beat immediately.
So, so General, just on the Medicare 24, contract, I think we covered much of it already, but that contract, or the tender was awarded on the 18th of June 2024, and that was shortly after your tenure as Minister of Police ended.
Correct.
But you had no role in the award of the tender.
I know nothing, not only that, I know nothing about supply chain matters in the South African Police Service.
I mean, you don't sign off on the award. It's the National Commissioner who signs off on the
It's
award.
the National Commission.
And that's after evaluation,
yes,
adjudication
and all
the
that.
award.
Yes, ministers don't sign on tenders.
Yeah. Then, just second, lastly, the allegation that you tried to push out Lieutenant General Khumalo in his evidence before the Matlanga Commission, Lieutenant General Mkonazi alleged that you had attempted to persuade the Divisional Head of Crime Intelligence, Lieutenant General Khumalo, to resign from SAPS to protect Lieutenant General Khan from investigation and internal disciplinary processes. And these allegations are outlined in an article which is annexed as BC 11. BC 11 is on page 89 of the annexes. It's headed, Mkonazi Cele tried to push crime intelligence head out of SAPS Matlanga Commission.
Interestingly, when Anne Mary speaks of the Kumalo that didn't know anything was in the ORS, he meant that Kumalo, who happens to be Jablan Kumalo. This is a researcher. It can't differentiate between Tumsan Kumalo and Jablan Kumalo. So this is Jablan Kumalo, who is a member of the Special Task Force. As a brigadier, he came to head ORS after Mkhwanazi has been promoted. After Mkhwanazi has been the acting national commissioner, so he came here. So there were issues that were raised, SC, by the members of the Special Task Force to say things aren't going very well. They say they were not assessed, they were not getting training or raising things. I took them to the National Commissioner, who happened to be Stole at the time, to say, Commissioner, for me it's a serious matter when this group of people complain so much. This is not the group of people that needs to complain, because when chiefs are down, those are the people that you revert back to them. So, but they were complaining about Kumal and all that. I must say, in my stance with police, both as a national commissioner and the minister, I've buried one member of the Special Task Force. SC, by the way, that's one thing with the South African police. You bury every weekend. Those guys are dying. Police are dying. The sad thing, they die young. After establishing this SAPET Education Trust, it was after the funeral I attended at Kraaifontein as a national commissioner, where a police officer we're burying was 23. The wife standing on the open grave was 19. In her arms was a three months old. I said to the management, let's do something. What happens to this case? Look, this guy is only the year. To accumulate anything in the South African police, at least you need to take 10 years. They die zero. It is on that score that the management also has agreed, SC, to give what we call a special death grant, so that there is something that the junior you are, actually it goes to the juniors, it doesn't go to generals, and it goes, because if you die first year, second year on the job, your family have just said something good is happening in this house, and boom, they don't know how to bury you. So we came there with that policy in the South Africa to say, junior you are help, so that there are funerals and all that they take care of. But the kids, it's that if you die on the line of duty, they must take you to school. That education trust must take you to school at least until the junior degree. That's what happened. I think there are close to 2,000 kids now that have been taken through. We wanted to make it independent, that not to be run by the police. Hence, its first chairperson of the trustees was Mkhatshwa, Smangaliso Mkhatshwa. We wanted eminent South Africans. Was Mangaliso Mkhatshwa, was Judge Mohoro, was Chaka Chaka. Those were the first person whom Pierre came and fired them. Okay. As she claimed that he started the she didn't. She found it there. Now, I think I don't know much now, but I know Chair, that is a certain prominent business person in Jaka. I don't know if people they know Jaka. He's a business person in South Africa. So because we want it to be independent, and they run the thing. So it comes from there. It comes from there that we must be able to take care of ours so that they are focused on their work going forward, SC. And I hope that everybody contribute. I saw the Mkwana's social media inviting people to the golf match so that they can fundraise for that, and he has been good on that one.
General, you didn't answer this aspect arose.
SC, let me take Honorable Malem.
No, Minister wanted to tell us about businessman or something, and then you left him in relation to this fund.
He's a chair of the subset now. Yeah, he's a chair of the education trust of this, the man that educates offense of the police. He's on that congress.
Thank you. So perhaps let me just remind you what your response was. The allegation by Lieutenant General Konazi that you tried to get Lieutenant General Kumalo to resign in order to protect Lieutenant General Khan.
Let me respond to that.
Yeah, you said that the allegation is without merit. The Premier of Gauteng approached me to see if I could recommend someone from SAPS for a key high-level position in Gauteng related to safety and security. I considered Lieutenant General Kumalo because he had worked well together and I was well aware of his capabilities. I approached Lieutenant General Kunazi to inquire if he had any difficulties with me approaching Lieutenant General Kumalo concerning this position. The insinuation that I sought to approach Lieutenant General Kumalo to protect Lieutenant General Khan from investigation is unwarranted. At the time of my discussion, which took place after I was no longer Minister of Police, I was unaware of the internal processes within SAPS and that Lieutenant General Khan was undergoing disciplinary processes. Moreover, there is nothing sinister or unlawful about me inquiring whether Lieutenant General Kumalo would be interested in a position in the Gauteng government. You confirm that's what your response?
General Mkhwanazi is a good cop, but it doesn't mean he doesn't have faults.
Yeah.
There is no human being that is. Some of them serious faults, but I guess will be genuine faults rather than criminality and all that. Kumalo, well, maybe the statement there is not full of what General Mkhwana said. He said he was disappointed on Minister Cele and never spoke to him thereafter, if you finish the statement that he said. Panyaza, the Premier, having created Amapanya, I'm sure they were condemned yesterday. But I know for sure that those Mapanya were given certificate by the Minister of Justice. I know for sure. But he is also, him and Premier of KZN are also MECs of safety in their provinces, both of them. Now, Panyaza says, Cele, I met him in Pretoria. In Apache, not in a place of cat. No. So he says, I want you to work with me to coordinate all security agencies in Gauteng to fight crime. I agree with that because there are 4 provinces that gives us sleepless night when it comes to crime in South Africa. 3 full KZN, Western Cape, Gauteng, and half Eastern Cape. They give us nightmares. So if anybody says, I'm prepared to put more resources in my province, Gauteng, that will help us a lot to deal with it. So he approaches me, but he says, I say to him, look, Premier, it will be good to work with you, but I'm not an operative. I'm not. Though I was a national commissioner, people saying this national commissioner who is a civil. I'm not a civilian, by the way, I'm a soldier. I'm trained fully, heavily so. So I'm not a civilian. Don't talk to me as a civilian, I'm a soldier. So I know the mentality of the armed forces. And I've been, all my life, by the way, I've been a commissar. And I can give you the prescription and the job of the commissar. I've been a commissar in the camps. All where I've gone, I've been I've never been a commander, but I've been a commissar all my life. So I then said to Premier, I'm not a commander. We'll have to get a person that will command and coordinate all the forces.
Who was your commander?
When
you were commissar, who was your commander?
Was JZ. all my life, Julius, I was commanded by Commander JZ in exile and inside the country. That's my commander, Commander Zuma. So now he says, invite a person that will do the job. I say, I know there is a Khumalo. He's a major general, not a lieutenant general. He's a major general. He was at Tugela district at the time. And I knew that he was at Tugela because I worked with him very closely dealing with the taxi industry together with Mandla Kaba and all those dealing with the taxi. There were high rate of murder around Lady Smith. So I knew him. We worked with him all the time. So with the respect that I have for Mkwanas, I don't phone Khumalo. I phoned Mkwanas to speak to Khumalo. And then, good, he said, you speak to. Khumalo says he said, I'll speak to him. He loves the police. He's not going to leave the police and all that. By the way, it's not a crime. If you come to Western Cape Province, there are so many police officers that have been taken from the South African police and are working for municipality. Recruited. So somebody used the English, I think was one journalist, that I allude Khumalo to Gauteng. Those that understand Zulu, Tulu is not ukheha. If I lose you, those that know English, they can explain. But if somebody said, I've loot you, so I'm pulling you out of your way so that I can mess you up. That's the word, Lu. I did not. I recruited him. I approached him. He says, I love the badge. I'll stay here. That's fine. And then I went to Lusofi, the premier. So Mkhwanazi did not come back to me. I hear when he makes the presentation that he was very angry with me and disappointed. He never spoke to me. As we speak, it was somewhere last year or early this year. But it's not true that Mkhwanazi never spoke to me thereafter. The last time Mkhwanazi sent the message was June this year. So it's not true that he never spoke to me. He sent me the message about the murder that happened in Newcastle of, I think, Rafferty, the farmers that were killed there. So I phoned and we spoke. I asked what happened to that case. He sent me the message to say those people are arrested. So it's not true that he never spoke to me. Aye, we did speak.
Can we just round off, General?
So I'm rounding off by saying, Khumalo has been interviewed The case, Mkhwana said, I did not like Khumalo. I'm not in business of liking. I'm in business of working with you. Khumalo, I would not have approached a person that I don't like. I said I work with Khumalo with the taxi and all that. He's a capable commander that would have come. That's why he was approached. If he feels I don't like, as Mkhwanazi feels I don't like him, so they can give me the measurements of liking. So how high, how deep it goes, the liking. But I don't work with you because I like or I don't like you. I work with you because you are capable of doing your job. Thereafter, I approached another officer who is a brigadier. I spoke to commissioner, to say national commissioner, because he runs the projects of Western Cape and the project of Mangoes, to say, can we request, he's a brigadier, and the brigadier says, I love the police, I'm not going to leave the police. There was nothing sinister about recruiting people. And remember, we are still recruiting these people to government. We are not even taking them to the private industry. We are recruiting to the other level of government. So I don't know what was a big deal about it.
So just lastly, General, Lieutenant General Kwanazi also alleged that you directly linked to suspicious money transfer from Matlala into a third-party bank. Sorry. Is it related to this? Can we just received a message which I can't read now or understand. Can we take the break and come back and then just allow me a few minutes to clarify it when we return?
We're taking a 40
Sorry,
minutes.
General, it's
A 40 minutes break. Yeah. Yeah. Is there too much for you? Because I want to check if you are ready, because when we come back here, I'm taking questions from you. So I wanted to give you time to rehearse your questions. You are ready? I'm reducing from 40. If you are ready, I'm reducing from 40 to 15 minutes. I'm giving you a break immediately. 15 minutes. Can we break immediately?
whether directly or through a third party. Now, you don't need to respond because just before we adjourned, we received a text message and subsequently we had a short conversation with Lieutenant General Mkonazi in which he says that this allegation is withdrawn. The team, and you probably know better than us, that was working on the analysis got the bank account number wrong, and that it's not a reference to you. So the allegation is withdrawn with due apologies from Lieutenant General Mkonazi for any inconvenience or hurt caused.
Okay.
Chairperson, I think that concludes our session.
Okay. I'm seeing two hands there, Honorable Malema and Honorable Sangoin.
No, Chair. This last part of the SC is not necessarily something that must be directed to the minister. He said that to us about the minister. So he's got anything to say, he has to write down to us and say, it looks like I got my facts wrong. And therefore I apologize to the minister and to the committee and to the people of South Africa. So I don't think it's for minister to even say anything. If there is such a development, we're being taken for, we're also being surprised. We can't be members of this committee. People come say things here, and then when they retract them, we hear them like any other person. It must come to us. Then from there, it can be communicated publicly, even to the person who was mentioned wrongly. Thanks.
Honorable Sangone.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. No, I think I'm partly covered by Honorable Malema, because what I was going to say is, if the general says he falsely accused General Cele, and he had said this on national television and other platforms, I would think that him withdrawing that very damaging allegation would have to be done in a public manner, the same way he was able to go on a public platform and make such an allegation. Thanks.
SC.
Honorable Chair.
Maybe let me take the Chief Whip before you respond.
No, thank you, Chair. I want to add on that, and the reason why, I mean, as one of the members were talking, the reason why I think that is important, how it's withdrawn is very important, because we were told in this hearing or this committee that there are people who have a capacity to design and send the messages on behalf of your number without you getting involved in that. Now, I mean, a matter serious as the one that we're dealing with now, I am of the view that it should not just be withdrawn, as other colleagues have said, by merely sending an SMS. I think we need something officially, properly written, that must be publicly communicated, not in a way that it has been made available. Because this was a presentation that was done by Lieutenant General Mkonazi under oath. And so it has to be treated in the same way that it was when it came to us.
Honorable Breitenbach.
Thank you, Chair, eventually. I don't think that Lieutenant General Mkonazi can send a little note to say he withdraws. He must come here and tell us why he withdraws it, how he made such a mistake, and why he thought it was okay to irresponsibly tell the whole world that thing. He's done a lot of reputational damage. It can't be undone by a little note.
Let's see.
Okay, we will, if he's not already hearing it or listening to it or watching it, we will convey this to him. But what my colleague Musikalala did convey to him was that he needs to put this in writing, addressed to the committee, to yourself. The reason why I raised it now is before the honourable members had an opportunity of asking him questions, perhaps in relation to that part, when we sit here with a message that it's withdrawn. And the other reason is before General Cele's statement is sent out to the media, and even further damage may be caused. But in terms of the formalities, he's been made aware of it, and we will follow that up. Thank you.
Yeah. No, I think that is carried. What will happen is that the members must not ask General Cele about that matter. General Mkhwanasi will have to amend his sworn statement, and the committee will make a decision whether we invite him to come back, so that where he has to make a public apology, that public apology must be made. It will be very good to have him in a forum like this one, where such statements were made, so that if members may want to ask questions, questions can be asked. And if he has to be directed to apologize, he's accordingly directed, and that apology is served on General Cele and South Africans as a whole. I wanted to give you 40 minutes, honorable members, and you said to me that you were ready, and I was so impressed with your eagerness. So your time is going to start now. I'm allocating 1 hour, 20 minutes for a full member and an alternate. We are going to follow this order until probably 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock tomorrow when we conclude the proceedings. When your time expires, even if you said you stop immediately. Yes. Yes. It's towards Friday, yeah. Even if you say one letter, you stop, because your time would have expired. So now is 26 minutes after 16 hours. So it means we are going to take 4 speakers between now and the next break. Yeah. So I want us to start exactly at 4:30. And then it will be Honorable Ngola and Honorable Sokanyile. So if we start at 4:30, we are going to run until 10 to 6. And then the next set of speakers will start at 10 to 6 and take their 1 hour, 20 minutes. Is it very clear? That is going to be Honorable Shongwe and Honorable Nomvalo. We're taking a full member and an alternate. It's 1 hour, 20 minutes. Yeah. Is it very clear, honorable members? The 4 members who will be starting, is it very clear to you? Okay. Honorable Breitenbach, can I?
I'm explaining to the members that the time period is a limit, not a target.
Is 1 hour, is 1 hour, 20 minutes. If one person speaks for the whole time allocated, it means the time would have expired. It does not matter. The second speaker will no longer have any time left to speak. That's what it means. It's inclusive, it's indivisible. Honorable Sons.
Chair, may I check how versatile your directive is? If, as a party, we make an arrangement of saying that today we only give full members, then tomorrow an alternate, will that cause any damage to your directive?
No, it wouldn't be a problem. Remember, alternatives speak on the discretion of the chair. So you'll have to check with me what is the time allocated to the alternate. The time for the alternate is 20 minutes. Yes.
Yes. I'm not denying
Remember,
that, Chair.
Yesterday we were allocating alternates 45 minutes.
Yes.
So today we have reduced it to 20.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, can we make our own arrangement as a party to say today it's only full members who are going to ask, then tomorrow the alternate will use his 20 minutes. 10 or 20, whatever that you allocate to an alternate. Are you versatile to that extent, Chair? Or you strictly say today you must use an hour and 20 minutes?
Yeah, I want us to use an hour and 20 minutes per set of speakers.
Okay, no problem.
If you decide that you are going to use your hour tomorrow, it's okay. But now it's 1 hour, 20 minutes.
No problem.
Yeah. And the more you postpone, we start at 7 o'clock tomorrow because it means we will have a longer list of speakers tomorrow. Yeah. The African National Congress, Honorable Ngola, Honorable Sokanyil.
Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Chair.
Let me not bore you.
Chair.
Honorable Sols.
Sorry, Chair, my hand was up.
Okay.
Yeah, no, it's separate from this. I just wanted to have the House note and the nation note that today is the birthday of Jocelyn Smith, the little girl that was kidnapped and trafficked, and her mother, together with other accomplices, are found guilty of kidnapping and child trafficking. We hope that she's still alive. I just thought it's important to just mention that for noting. Thank you, Chair.
That is so profound, Honorable Sols. We welcome that message. South Africans are receiving it, and we hope that the police will continue to probe the matter until the truth is revealed. Thank you so much. Honorable Sokanyil.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me go straight to you, Ndosi. Looking at your appointment of General Sbiya as the Deputy National Commissioner, taking it back, because when General Sbiya was, you'll bear with me, I won't have I will say general, no lieutenant, no brigadier, all general. When he was appointed by the city of Johannesburg, whereby he was going to assist the city of Johannesburg in gathering and intelligence equipment. He left the city of Johannesburg under a cloud of being accused of corruption and fraud. Then Mr. Mesuli Mlandu, who was also serving in the city of Johannesburg, an executive director, wrote a letter to you on the 20th of June, 2022, regarding his concerns of the eminent appointment and the employment of General Sbiya to this Deputy National Commissioner of South African Police Services. Are you aware of that letter?
I can't remember the letter.
You don't remember a letter written by Mr. Mlandu alerting you or telling you about General Sbiya? You don't remember it?
No, I don't remember the letter. I have seen now, as we discussed, but I don't remember the letter coming to me. I don't know if I can expand on that one. Because who is Mlandu?
He was working in the city of Johannesburg.
As what?
An executive director. He once worked in Eastern Cape, then he went to work in the city of Johannesburg. Also, in the city of Johannesburg, he was suspended. Then he wanted to alert you about the fraud and corruption during the era of General Sbiya.
No, I don't know what level he was, but it's pathetic. To start with, is a manager, writes the minister. Instead, he doesn't even know who employs the police. Ministers of police don't employ the police. He should have written the national commissioner. I don't remember, I don't say I didn't receive, but what could have happened, Honorable Member? There would be letters that land in my office, and the chief of staff look at them, and they realize that they don't belong here, and they take them where they belong. And what level was he? This Mlandu? Was level what? 14, 12?
He was a director.
That's level 12. He should have approached his manager to write the national commissioner so that things are proper. Otherwise, level 12, somewhere in Gauteng, he thinks can write the minister of police in Pretoria about the things that he doesn't know on it. Maybe if I finish, the commissioner employs, commissioner deploys. Commissioner did come to me about the coming back of Sbiya. It took some time, and Commissioner Sbiya was a victim of those people that were paired off by Pierre, which is Mkwanazi, Masimula, Libya, Dramat, Mafume, Sbiya, Cruiser. It's just cleaned. It's part of those people. So when then he goes there and he comes back, I remember that he was cleared by the mayor, and mayor was the lady doctor. The mayor was a doctor in Gauteng.
Oh,
Mpo. So I remember was cleared also by the SSA, which is a custodian of intelligence matters. So then he would go to the National Commissioner. National Commissioner would then suggest to me as a concurrence that we are taking Sbiya back. That's what would have happened. But for this guy to as a director somewhere and write the Minister of Police, when he's got the mayor in his office, the manager, and indeed he wanted to be managerial, he could have written the National Commissioner. So maybe the letter, I don't remember the letter, maybe the letter got lost in the confusion this guy caused.
Okay.
Thanks.
The letter didn't get confused on the way. It had the minister's stamp. But, Minister, I do get your point, because the letter can come to your office and is stamped, or the letter was given to the National Commissioner. But when you are going to employ the deputy of the National Commissioner, surely you were talking with the National Commissioner. Are we going to employ this person with this or a cloud in English over him from the city of Johannesburg? Then you say, no, let's get on. That's what I'm asking from you. Were you alerted that General Spear had that cloud over him from the city of Johannesburg?
It's cloud from Maputo. Huh? He's cleared by the mayor. It's cleared by the SSA. I think was cleared by the court, the labor court. All who says the court even went further to say reinstate him. So who I am to say to the court, well, I'm not. And not necessarily directed to me. And then the commissioner says, remember, the commissioner will go through to it. That comes to the minister as a concurrence. By the way, he's not forced to look at it. So maybe these three institutions, honorable member, they weigh heavier than Maputo, who wrote the letter. The office of the mayor himself, the SSA, who said the gadget was not illegal, and the court, who says reinstate him. So I'm sure, as the proposal is made of concurrence from the National Commission, we would have taken that one on board.
Okay.
Thanks.
Now, General, I'll say General even to you, or former minister, looking at General Spear, you have employed him, having that cloud. Then also, if we are looking at the links that he had, one can say that, allege, in fact, that he had links with criminals based on the evidence that were given yourself by Mr. Matlala to say that he tried to make it a point that General Kumalo is arrested. All the story you were narrating. Can you say that, was it a correct appointment for General Spear to be the National Commissioner? Looking back to all these things, starting with, I know you are saying that he was cleared in everything, but now having the recent information and adding to what previously he had, that dark cloud I'm talking about, could you say it was the right appointment for him to be the Deputy National Commissioner?
Definitely there will be a concern, honorable member. Remember, Matlala is only just yesterday when this guy has been doing the work, issues raised. But it's a point I made with the members and the meeting to say, I find it problematic that at the level of the Deputy Director General, National Commissioner is the only person that takes decision. And I would have recommended that, like all other DTGs, we follow the same pattern. What happens when the DTGs of other departments are employed? They are interviewed by the panel, serious panels, and then this information is taken to the cabinet, honorable member, and the cabinet endorses or they scrutinize it and they send it back. One other thing that is a must is a security clearance. But usually, when you come for first 6 months, we are giving about preliminary, and then they say you give the real one in 6 months' time. So if we follow those patterns, I hope it will help with the police. But the question, looking back on him and the matters that are raised, while it's not my place, but I would say I would agree with the processes that have taken by the National Commission to relook at the matter.
Thank you. Then coming to Matlala, you said you didn't know Matlala up until you met him when you were going to meet Mabonga Mpongose. Mabonga Mpongose, who happens to be the son of your acquaintance, Mr. Mpongose, is dead. Then now you have Mr. Matlala, who came to that meeting at that Beverly Hills hotel. Can you share with this ad hoc committee, what were you going to meet Mr. Mpongose about? Or was it work-related, because he is the son of your acquaintance's daddy?
Well, his name is Bongani Mpongose, so they call him Mabonga.
Yeah.
He's a KZN boy, so it's December, everybody comes home. He used to call me Timer.
Oh.
I'm sure they understand that language. What does it mean, timer? And then I'm down home. I want to see you, and instead of seeing me, he brings Matlala. So he had wanted to see me without giving me the agenda of meeting him, but it was clear that the agenda was Matlala, as we met Matlala and engaged.
Then out of that first meeting at Beverly Hills with Mr. Matlala, going to the next one, meeting with Mr. Matlala in Mr. Ngwan's house at his Zimbali estate. Can you say Matlala now became your friend or also your acquaintance, or what? How can you describe him now that, because, you know, he told you things that maybe some of them you are not going to gather outside. As you have already said that in order to know the information in the work that you are doing, you had to meet other people so that you'll get and sift out of that information you were given. Now that you met Mr. Matlala, how would you describe him to you?
He's definitely not a friend. I'm sure yourself have got the definition of friends. This is March, or this is January, meeting him in Pretoria again. After meeting him in December, he can't be a friend by then. Indeed, I said, I was interested in this tripod of Minister Mkhunu, Matlala, and Mokgotsi, whom in their meetings, either correctly or wrongly, either true or not, they found the space of discussing even my name, even sending this information so that they can find something out of me. So I would then listen and have an ear for that. But that did not make me a friend of Matlala. If was a friend, we could have maybe taken some few drinks together. I could have visited his home. I saw late that he's got the white home in the mountain, beside the house he has in. I know the house that was raided was in Waterkloof. So I could have seen. I've got seen the place where we met. It would be more on the business because this penthouse is in Capital in the hotel. In Pretoria than his house. Indeed, I would say is a acquaintance in the lack of explaining any other thing, but not coming close of calling him a friend.
Thank you. Surely, maybe if he was not jailed now, when we are coming to this ad hoc committee, maybe for argument's sake, he was not in jail, would he have called you or call you after the ad hoc committee?
Chairperson, through you, Honorable Member, when I met him, I didn't know that he was carrying this kind of except what I read, but did not give it to me as a person that the police were to arrest for these things. I did not have the list of his withdrawal of cases, which are quite many and long, and what he has for. If he's not arrested, but I've received that information, I would have changed my approach to him, having had that information. Now, he's arrested. I'm told he's in CMAX in Nkosi Mapuru. Definitely, if we were a friend, I could have paid a visit there. I haven't. I know that some people have gone for statements there. Myself, I could have taken a statement there if he was my friend. So that is there, is arrested, that cut off, never again spoken to him, never taken a statement for him because we're not friends. And that gave me a better understanding of staying away. I'm not saying that I will never speak to him if he comes. We do speak to people that have been in prison, criminal record. We mix with them. Others are our colleagues, and they have been in prison. So it will be lie. It will be lie to say I won't speak to them. But things that I understand have changed my perspective at how I look at him. I definitely don't look at him as the first day I met, and now understand what he has been accused of.
Thank you. Lastly, because you know what I like about you as a witness, you are straight, you don't hide anything. Former Minister, what is it? Oh. A directive of the 31st December 2024. You said that you did call the current minister, that is Minister Senzo Mchunu. You didn't inquire from the National Commissioner. Didn't inquire about what is happening. You saw that because it was on the media space. Immediately it was issued on the 31st. You didn't inquire when the minister said, no, he will deal with his job. You didn't inquire from the National Commissioner, being worried, of course, about the escalation of the crime, whereby PKTT has reduced it. You didn't try and call him at least and advise him.
Advise who?
The National Commissioner.
I've got nothing to do. I've got nothing to do with the National Commissioner.
Being the former minister.
I've got nothing to do. That will be serious interference, and what they term ruling from the grave.
No, talking on a friendly terms.
Absolutely.
For instance, you can't talk with anyone saying that, hey, now that this PKTT, are you having plan, knowing that you are talking to a person with whom you have worked? Surely you are communicating now and then.
Honorable member, don't tempt me. You know, I sit home, I gym, I come and see TV. There are so many things on TV that are wrong about the police. I can talk to them every day. I must just accept that I've come and I'm gone. A person that I spoke to is a person that I've had a political umbilical cord with, who happens to be the minister. I did not phone him. We spoke face to face in a meeting that was somewhere, I think we were in Joburg, in the Hutla. This is January. It is even after I've had the issues of Matala. But this was the issue I wanted to enter, but we'll also speak about Matala things. And the minister had no time. He said, the letters that we talk about from, you hear them, or the other thing that I suggested is that we speak to the Peace and Stability Committee of the ANC, where I am the member because of the NEC, he's a member because of the NEC, and also is a member because of the minister, to talk those things. And he said those things could go and talk there. But he continues with his decision when it comes to the letters. And unfortunately, that meeting too did not see. And then I sat there and I got rot and until things continue. But I could not tell the National Commissioner what to do. That is what you call ruling from the grave.
Okay.
And I don't have a grave at the present moment. You can see me.
Thank you for that, because I was going to ask you, you are from KZN, Minister Mkhunu is from KZN, the former Minister of SAPS, he is the current Minister of SAPS. Then this decision that has been taken, because I was going to ask, how do you relate with each other as Minister Mkhunu, but you have already talked to that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairperson. Finish.
Thanks, Chair. Let's start where you have left, General. How is your relationship with Minister Mkhunu in all fronts of life?
All fronts, eh?
Yeah.
I've never taken a drink with him. Unfortunately, I don't drink. I don't take alcohol. So I've seen people on the social media say Cele was drunk when they called people in noon and all that. So I don't just take alcohol. I don't even dine in wine. I just don't. So
Honorable Sangoen.
Thank you, Chair. No, I want clarity. So is it the reason that Minister Cele, when he was minister, would have then gone and taken all the alcohol from the people of South Africa during COVID?